turn your mic on when you introduce yourself so the people on the Zoom can hear you.
And I'm not going to turn the camera around our whole room, but whoever's here, let's just speak up.
Okay.
This is Pat Padal.
Julie Hoffman in another location in Bismarck, actually.
Hi, this is Pete Hunsa. I don't know the order in which we're going, so I guess we just jump in, huh?
Yeah, I mean, if I were organized, I'd say, okay, who's in the Northwest? Who's in the, yeah, sorry. Good morning, Pete.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Rachel Dean in Grand Forks.
Ooh, she sounds like she's from another planet.
Yeah, a little echo going on there, Rachel.
Amy Elke from the Training Center as well. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Is there any way you guys can turn your volume up so it's louder on my computer?
I think you have to turn up your volume once we get Okay, once we get started, I'll make sure there's as much volume. We just can't quite turn the camera and the microphone quite as easy. I don't think she's using a headset.
Oh, okay.
So, all right. Anyone else in the Grand Forks area?
Amy
Nicole.
Waker.
Amy Wagner.
This is Sherilyn Richmeyer in the Grand Forks area.
Nice.
Nicole Fleming in Grand Forks.
Amy Wesley from Buxton.
Tanya Candero Dickinson.
Minot area.
Brianna Blue, Minot.
Doesn't look like.
Yeah, that looks like a Kyle Russell. All right. Other parts of the state.
Good morning from Dickinson. This is Tanya.
Great. All right, here in our room, in the Lewis and Clark room, of course, I'm Leanne.
Oh, I already introduced Diana. Sorry.
Tara Crow. Jen Graybar, CFS.
And then Kelsey Bless had to run out, but she's going to be in the room with us as well. And that's it for in person. So we have a number of people on by Zoom. Thank you to the Training Center for organizing this and being our drivers this morning. We really appreciate it. Okay, are we ready to start? Now, with me talking into the mic like this, Becky, is it better?
Talk again. Not. Can you say something else?
Can you hear me better this way?
Yeah. You're closer to the microphone for one thing, I think.
Good.
That helps.
Oh, good. Okay. So just for a brief overview, those of you we've been doing the initial training the last couple of days. So those of you who have been in that training, this will be a little bit of a repeat for you. But we just wanted to introduce our conversation today, talking about why or what's happening with our program improvement plan and our baseline measurement for that plan. So just as a brief overview, North Dakota and every state in the nation undergoes a federal case review every maybe 6-7 years. Our review, most recently our third round review, was in September of 2016. Based on the findings of that case review, we were found to be needing to have practice improvement, which is typical, and every state has that happening because, as we know, we're never quite there in where I work with kids and families. There's always room for improvement. I'm getting distracted.
Sorry.
No. It's just me being new to Zoom. So sorry, guys, if I get my wandering mind goes. So we are in the process, or we are in the middle of a PIP. We have had our PIP approved in April. And once that PIP was approved for North Dakota, and again, that PIP is very involved and lengthy, with the intention of targeting areas of our practice that we really struggle with. And in a nutshell, in North Dakota, our challenges were achieving permanency in a timely manner. And there's a lot of areas we're working on, but that's one key area that we struggled in. And then our well-being one outcome, which is our engagement with children and the families, foster parents, etc., visitation with parents, etc. So those are the areas that we're primarily targeting within our PIP. There's some others related to safety as well. Anytime a safety item is not in compliance, it automatically becomes part of our program improvement plan. So there's some pieces of safety that are on it as well. So we're in the middle of that PIP. Once the PIP was approved, then we were given 1 year to get our baseline cases completed to establish our baseline measurement. Once we have how we're doing in terms of strengths and challenges on each of those items that they're tracking within the PIP, then we sit down with the Children's Bureau and negotiate through the next couple of years plus a non-overlapping third year, what do we anticipate or hope to have as our measures of improvement for those items that are being tracked, okay? So we have that 1 year to get these cases reviewed and that baseline established. Because of all of the complexities of the 21-24 law and the establishment of a QA unit here in CFS, and also additional capacity challenges that we haven't been able to do case reviews before now. So now here we are, and time has passed, as you're aware. I think you're aware it's December now, and we have until April 1st of 2020 to get our 65 cases for the baseline completed. So here we are, and that's why the rush to get to training, to get you around the table, to recruit reviewers, to help us out. We're very excited to report we have a QA unit now that's fully staffed. Many of the people on the phone are part of that unit, but I'll just see how my memory is and name them for you. Leanne Miller is our QA manager. I don't know, we have working titles, but we haven't really figured out who we are yet, so you'll hear lots of names. But QA manager will be Leanne Miller, and we're thrilled to have her back with us. Sorry, training center, but we got her. Too bad for you. Tara Crow, who's in the room with us, she came from Stark County Social Services, and she's now employed with us as a case reviewer for the QA unit. Then I'm going to go up. Oh, and Tanya Canero, I'm kind of going regionally. Tanya Canero, who is currently a regional rep in Dickinson, is coming on board with us as of January 1, so welcome, Tanya. From Minot, we have Brianna Blue, who was a caseworker at Ward County, and she's now on staff with us at CFS, and Kyle Russell, who also was at Ward County and is on staff with us. So welcome to you both. And we move to Grand Forks. We have Amy Wesley, who was previously at Grand Forks County and is now going to be working with us at the QA unit. And Amy Matchett Wagner, who was an assistant regional rep at Northeast and is now on staff with us. And then moving to
Amy Wesley in Buxton.
Amy's from Buxton, not Buxton, right? We talked that out, yeah. And then moving, do we have someone in Fargo now? Amy Bakken, goodness gracious. Amy Bakken, yeah, we have 3 Amy's, 2 are Amy W's, so we're gonna have to figure out something here. So Amy Bakken is currently a regional rep at Southeast, and she'll be joining us January 1 as well. But she was able to participate in training with us over the last couple of days for the initial training. And did I get everybody? Did I say you, Tara? Did I get everybody? Wow.
Nicole.
We're currently hiring. Oh my gosh, Nicole.
Oh, in Grand Forks? Oh my gosh.
3 in Grand Forks. That's, I knew, see, because we were like, Grand Forks, Grand Forks. Nicole Fleming, goodness gracious. She was with Division of Juvenile Services previously, and we stole her too. And she's now on staff with us. So she was with us the last couple of days in training, but is she on by phone? Okay, sorry, Nicole. We love you. We're sorry we didn't.
That's okay, I'll forgive you.
So those are our people. But what our plan was when Leanne and I were mapping out how are we going to get 65 cases done by March 31st so that we've got our baseline by April 1st. We decided that we're really going to need to do a big review event to get a good chunk of those cases reviewed. And that event has been scheduled for the week of January 13th here in Bismarck. Rather than doing sites around the state, we chose to do a central location. So we are going to have those reviews in Bismarck. And I believe everyone on the phone or on Zoom today and those that trained the last couple of days will participate in that review. Our hope is to get between 28 and 34 people recruited and trained up to participate. We're not going to quite reach that goal. So we're going to go back to the table and determine how we're going to map this out in terms of cases, right?
For the most part, yeah.
For the most part, we're close.
We are.
We are close. And there's going to be a lot more details to come in terms of location and arrangements for all the logistics of that review. But we're working behind the scenes. Lauren Sauer has been a tremendous support and help to us in the logistics portion of this, as well as our admin staff here on site. And speaking of admin staff, we are going to be hiring, in fact, I think interviews start today, an admin support person to support Leanne and her team for the case reviews, and there will also be an additional support to CFS. So we're very excited to have that coming as well. So we'll keep you posted on that. So baseline.
Baseline after the review event, then the reviews will go to the unit.
Right, so after this review, see, Leanne has to coach me. See, this is like so funny. Typical, right? After our review event, where we get what we're hoping is 26 cases reviewed that week, and I believe that's going to be the majority of them will be foster care, but there'll be a nice chunk of in-home cases as well. We're hoping to get those done that week. Then we have the remaining cases. We have to do 40 foster care, and a minimum of 40 foster care and 25 in-home cases. So the remaining cases to review will be going to our new unit, and they will be getting those completed over the next 8 to 10 weeks, I guess. And we've vetted this plan with the Children's Bureau, so they're very well aware of what it's going to be. And we also will have me on board to provide second level quality assurance to support Leanne, as it wouldn't be realistic to expect in the next 10 weeks she could do second level QA on all these cases. And then for the review event, we've recruited and bribed Pete to help us, and he agreed to help Pete Tunsa, but he actually, our negotiation with him was he can stay home. And it's so awesome with OMS that he can do that. He can provide second level QA and support from a different location because of it being all web-based. So we're thrilled to have him on board to support that as well. Anything else you wanted me to cover? Okay, any questions about where we're at with the PIP baseline measurement? All right, so I'm going to pass the mic over.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. I really wanted today to be a conversation, so I do hope that you can hear me all right. I did put together a bit of a agenda because we know it's been a while since you've worked with the instrument. You have been reviewers, you've been a huge help to us in the past. But when the OSRI is not part of your daily routine, it's a very complex instrument, as you may remember from the reviews. So we wanted to train up our new unit and some new reviewers, but we also wanted to be able to take a deeper dive and do a bit of a refresher. I'm hoping throughout the day that we can enter into a conversation. There is the chat box that you can use if you're on in that way, and we'll get to questions, or you can unmute your mic and join in and jump in with a question. It's really going to be informal and that conversation. We talked about having the OSRI handy to go through. You see all my fun little flags. We're going to talk about what those are, what they mean. And I recognize, in fact, one of the things that I woke up this morning and realized, oh my gosh, a 7-hour webinar, that's a long day. Most webinars are really, you know, best at maybe an hour and a half. And so we are going to try and break up the day a little bit. And really my commitment is that your needs as a QA lead, as a new reviewer with us, that you're feeling refreshed and confident in the items that we're assessing. So if we don't need all day to do that, that's a bonus for all of us. But I didn't want us to feel rushed in covering through, because I did want to take a bit of a deeper dive than what our training earlier in the week has been. So with that in mind, the OMS review, this is where I'm going to just walk us through our online management system and point out a few tips. If you hear me say this is what I'm meaning. And so let me get over there. I'm going to go all the way back out. We call this the CFSR portal. You might hear me say to the OMS login, the landing page, call it a couple different things, but mostly it's the CFSR portal. And in it, I think I have to log out completely. This is what the portal page looks like whenever you land on it. And down here is your username and password. Now, when you set up your account, you set up what they call a two-factor authentication. So you put in your name and your password. I break the rules a little bit and keep that saved. And I'm just there, boom, we go in. The two-factor authentication sends a validation code to your cell phone or the phone that you set up when you connect your account. Now, I got it on my phone, I punch it in there and I verify. But if I ever don't have my cell phone, if the battery dies, if I forgot it back at the hotel, or you just simply don't have your access codes, in your account, everybody up here at the top of the screen, there's a My Account. And under Security, they have what these called recovery codes. And every user is sent a predetermined amount of codes that you only can use once. So when you print them off, you have to scratch them off as you go. And you can view them by entering your password. I trust no one's going to take a screenshot of this and mess me up. But there are I would print those off. And I put those in my computer bag or in my wallet or, you know, somewhere handy so that those are with me. And if I don't have my cell phone, instead of use a validation code, then I put in one of those recovery codes. So when I say don't forget your recovery codes, that's what I'm talking about and where you find it. Okay. So now we're logged in, and I can tell I'm logged in because I now have this blue box down here. And this is the box that will take us to the online monitoring system. You can also get to it from this tab. Once you click on that box, once again, you're going to see a review site and you'll see the training site. During an actual review, we would be going into the review site, and you will have access to the ND CQI site. That's where we're going to go in January and forward to log our actual cases. If you want to practice and maybe re-enter the David Clement case, use any of the cases on the training platform, or just kind of create your own Ruby fake case type of deal, you can go into the training site. Now, if you were a part of the federal review with us, you'll have this CFSR box. You might not see that if you weren't a member of the federal CFSR process. You will have the CQI review. You'll also know that you're in the testing site by the red markings up here, if you can see those. You log on to the North Dakota CQI, and we work with the Onsite Review Instrument, OSRI. And that's going to bring you into the cases. And you'll see several of the cases we worked with earlier in the week. Okay. Now, I am going to go in on one of these cases once they're assigned or set up. And this screen should look pretty familiar to you. If you need to get back to set up the case, if your partner, if you are a review pair and your partner forgets to check you as a reviewer, so you want to go in and put yourself on as a reviewer, I'm going to go back to it. In the right-hand corner, there's this case setup. You would click on that case setup.
Did you have to click on case before you went?
I did. Yeah. And feel free, I mean, we're done using these cases in the test environment. If you want to play along as we go, if you want to create a new one, that's fine too. I picked one. Sandy Erber was the worker, on the reviewer for. I'm going to go down, I'm going to find my name, and I'm going to say that I'm a reviewer on it, and I'm going to save it. I'm going to do a shout out for this period under review. We want to make sure we're entering the right period under review. And it's most possible that I'm going to be able to just fix this with the period under review so it self-populates. So we don't have that problem, do we put in, you know, fat finger or a number, because it can mess us up a bit if we don't put in that right date. Yes.
Right? It's such a lovely
Yeah,
name. It's
isn't
very
it?
popular.
All these fun names. Hopefully you see your name in there. The period under review for this review, if you want to start thinking about this now, moving forward, our period under review is going to be October 1st, 2018, to the date that the case is reviewed. 10/1/18 to the date that the case is reviewed. So case is reviewed on March 15th. It's going to have a pretty long period under review, okay? But cases may not be open that whole time. So we'll be having open and closed cases, of course. We're also been clarified, we will be checking this PIP monitored box. This is one of those areas that has to be checked at the beginning. Once you set up a case, you can't fix your answer. And I will have lots of flags and neon lights on this one that we need to check PIP monitored. And as we're thinking of our PIP baseline, this is for PIP purposes. Yep, this is going to be a PIP item, and that's going to be different than what we did last time. There's been some new clarification on that. And so we will be checking this PIP monitored box for every case we review.
It's easy to miss.
It will be easy to miss. Another thing that's
Leanne?
different, yes.
What is the point of this, or what's the purpose of this PIP monitored? What are we supposed to enter something in there?
Two questions. All you as a reviewer will need to do is check the box so that it has a little check in it. But what that does is in the reporting features and being able to report out PIP specific monitored cases, it will eventually be helpful to us as we run reports for our PIP monitored cases. For our purposes, they're all going to be PIP monitored, to be honest with you, but it also is a flag, if you will, a filter for our federal partners, both at the Children's Bureau and the Mask Sampling Committee, things like that. So it's one of the filters that has to be checked in order for all the data analytics to happen.
So all of our cases are PIP monitored this round?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the piece about our PIP monitoring process. That is a great question. Let me cover that. Last time, folks may be familiar that we had 50% of our cases undergo secondary oversight. Under our PIP measurement plan, 100% of our cases will go through secondary oversight. And that will definitely happen through our baseline measurement period. It is something that down the road potentially could be renegotiated, but definitely moving forward, 100% of our cases will undergo PIP monitoring or secondary oversight. And so there will be an initial QA that will show up on a case. Second level QA will either be myself, Diana, or Pete. Although as you see in the drop-down box, anyone who has state lead or a QA lead role is able to do secondary or second level QA by the instrument. Here in North Dakota, right now, Pete, Diana, and I are the ones that will do this, but you'll see all names there, and that's why. And then I'll be working with our Children's Bureau folks, and they will then assign a federal partner to do that secondary oversight. So while we're working to finalize what that review week schedule is going to look like, so stay tuned for that. What we're envisioning is that we will still have a bit of a reviewer meeting, not necessarily the traditional entrance conference with all of the agencies and such, but we'll recap our group on January 13th. We will review 2 cases a team. We are still going to have some type of PRM, preliminary results meeting, for our agency, so they have that immediate feedback on how the case fared. But we're most likely not going to have that quote-unquote traditional debriefing. We're going to look at that time mostly be for teams between the reviewers and their QA leads to to complete that instrument as much as possible while we're fresh on everyone's mind, so that when you leave Friday of that review week, in as much as is possible, the case will be ready for second level QA and secondary oversight. The other thing, because we're not doing a regional review, our cases are going to be a statewide sample. Cases can come from anywhere in the state, any of the agencies. And it's that random luck of the draw. Our QA team is busy at work trying to secure that case sample. And interviews, the other key difference in this effort for these 65 cases is that all interviews are going to be by phone. that's we're gonna try it. We're told that it works. It's allowed for. It offers a lot of conveniences by having a statewide sample and being able to have a caseworker in Grand Forks not have to travel to Bismarck, to have Bismarck reviewers not need to travel to Grand Forks, so on and so on. So all of the interviews throughout this whole 65 cases will be by telephone. So part of our logistics is working at phones or cell phones. How are we going to get that phone for the reviewers to call? Or are we going to be using a Skype number that the interviewee calls into? Those are some of the logistics we're still working out. Okay.
Chance we could do video phone with a child interview. I'm just wondering how that goes for safety.
We are too.
I'm just vocalizing concern about it.
The question was, is there any way that we can use video technology for our interviews with children? Little concern on safety and how that's going to work. And I share your concern. Diana and I have talked about that. I mean, and who's going to be in the room with them as they talk, you know?
Provide information in a private, neutral setting is my concern.
Right. Their ability to provide information in a secure, neutral zone it is something we're going to be monitoring. Is there the ability for video conferencing? I'm not going to rule that out because I was thinking the same thing. Is there a way that we could do a video Skype type of thing? We'll explore it. So there's some extra information there for you. Great question, Julie. So the other thing on this particular page that you need to be aware of, originally we never would have had the option for an in-home services DR/AR. These would have been in-home cases that opened because of a differential response, which is what DR stands for, or an alternative response, AR. And since our last reviews, and kind of during our last reviews, we just didn't have any cases in the sample. North Dakota does have an alternative response option for our substance-exposed newborns. And it's possible that an in-home services case is brought into the sample that originated because of an alternative response involving a substance-exposed newborn. If that's the case, then this third radio button here will be selected. You will likely know that by your case summary sheet, by the information our team will probably, will know that well in advance. But I just wanted to alert you that this may become a possibility now.
This is Diana, but just a question about that. It just popped into my head now that we have you here. And turn your mic on, would you?
It's on.
It is?
Oh.
Now it's on. Because I couldn't hear your beautiful voice coming over. Yeah. There are some times though, right, Jen? I'm talking to Jen Gravar, by the way, where an AR case might turn into either a foster care case or an in-home services case, right?
Absolutely.
So if that happens, then we have to be mindful of that and make sure we're checking the correct box. It might just have been AR and that's it, but it may, I think, am I correct in saying it this way, foster care would trump, in-home would trump AR.
A foster care case could have in-home services as part of it, as part of the case, but we would be reviewing it as a foster care case. An in-home case would never have foster care over 24 hours in it.
And then further, it kind of goes up the line. So if it's an alternative response case that became in-home, then it would be designated as an in-home case rather than an AR case, right?
It would be that third.
But if it became foster care,
It would just be a foster
it would be a foster care case. So even if the AR case was handled through CPS and eventually referred to case management through in-home, we'd still designate it as an AR case?
If it was a decision of alternative response rather than a standard decision of no services required or services required, yes.
Then we designate it,
Then you would select the in-home AR.
okay, I just want to make sure that's clear because that can get confusing. Thank you.
This is Amy. I couldn't hear what Jen was saying.
I was just saying that if it's an alternative response decision, whether it be alternative response or alternative response terminated in progress, and there was a referral then to in-home services and in-home was open, that the selection would be in-home services AR. However, if that case was an alternative response case, was reverted to a standard, then went to in-home, that would not be an in-home AR.
Thanks, Jen.
Great clarification, thank you. All right, so there we have some OMS tips and some extra very important information on that case setup page. Now I'm going to save and continue because I did add myself as a reviewer to this. Your top menu won't have the admin tools, but you will have cases, you'll have reports, you'll have the help option, and of course that's where you would, on the far right, log out. This banner here is going to remind you of the case name, the status, who the reviewers are, and make sure that we're working on this right period under review. A note that anything blue, it's kind of hard to see on this screen, but anything blue, if you hover over, will take, it's a hyperlink. So if you want a quick spot to look at case notes, keep in mind that the system may distinguish a case QA note versus an item QA note. It's one of those deeper dives here, folks. We didn't talk about that earlier in the week. A case QA note generally means it's a note that applies to something throughout the instrument, about the case in general. An item QA note talks about a specific item. Your case QA notes, once they're there, they will filter. You'll see them all. But if you want to create a new QA note, you can do it here on this page. Get into the right box. And then save it. And now it shows up. But you'll see it say case note. Now if we're hopping over, and bear with me, if we hop over to item 1, hop a little quicker, please. Oh, it's not going to let me go to item 1 until the face sheet is completed. And so, but here we have a face sheet. Okay, permanency. As a reviewer, I've got some questions about who my permanency parent is. Now, there's a cog to dust off the distinction. In our instrument, permanency outcomes define parents one way, and we have a similar yet different definition of who parents are for well-being items. So my North Dakota vernacular of permanency parent or a well-being parent. Permanency parent being the parent generally from whom the child was removed and with whom the agency is seeking to reunify. And a well-being parent are those folks, plus it could be a biological parents. It's a much broader definition. And we'll cover that today. We'll dive a little deep in that. But there I have a question on my case face sheet, and I can get down to it by that show button. Or I can get to it by my left navigational bar. So it's a case note and it's a face sheet note. Now what's really nice in these notes, it's an enhancement, I think since the last time we used it. These now have hyperlinks in them. I can go straight to that item, right to that spot. And I did that, I'll go back to it, because it's a hyperlink. You can just click on it and go right to that spot. So that's a nice enhancement that they've done. There have been a few enhancements since the last time we worked in this. Are there general access questions that you have about OMS? Can either put those in the chat box.
Thanks for giving us the warning to get in there.
Oh, yeah, the warning to go in ahead of time. Very, very good. All right. Let us, gonna go back to the video for a moment. No, I don't wanna. Can people see me? No, I need to stop sharing. That's what I need to do. Oh, and we have a chat. Oh, okay. If you're having trouble getting into the portal, don't worry. The help desk is a tremendous help. I mean, they really are. They're speed demons up there, and they're very patient and understanding. So that's where you go for that. And it's not necessary for today, so I don't think you'll get behind on anything if you can't get in there. All right, some general themes I wanted to talk about before we dive further into the instrument and our OMS, and that is determining interview questions. And I'm not wanting to put anyone on the spot. Again, this is a conversation. But if you were a reviewer with us, did you have any areas that you struggled in coming up with interview questions? If you were a QA lead, did you see teams struggling with interview questions? First of all, that's that part A of that question. And the part B is, what were the tips that helped you, either you as yourself did or you saw your teams do to really help zone in on the right interview questions? So thinking through a little bit.
Good morning, everyone. This is Kelsey. Can you hear me? Just want to make sure before I keep talking.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yep. So the biggest thing I remember from the last review, and I was a QA lead in the Grand Forks area, and we had, with my team of folks that I was overseeing, we had some variations in their previous experience with doing the reviews. And so as a QA lead, I kept in mind the items that we were held to for wanting to make sure that we articulated that detail. But really, I thought that what was the most helpful was talking to the reviewers before they had that interview, circling up on, here are the things that are jumping out at me, and trying not to have that interview too early to allow the interview, like the reviewers some time to really dig into that case instead of interviewing the case manager an hour in, you're going to have so many more questions. So if they have a little time to dig into the case, get familiar with it before they have that scheduled call, it's going to really assist, I think. And then as far as questions related to that, they would tell me a quick summary, and those cover sheets that the case managers provide, I think if they're filled out well, that really sets the stage for that review and offers so much assistance. Because even as an outsider looking in, I can come up with, 3-4 questions just right off the top of my head that the reviewers probably had too, of things that might have been missing. But I think couple things: a good rationale summary of the case from the caseworker that is presented to the review, and delaying that call a little bit so that it's not the first thing you do when you get in there.
Thank you.
This is Sherilyn. If I can piggyback off of that, yeah, as much as you can learn about the case before there's interviews, but also I used the sheet that we were, or the work handout that we were given with questions. Also, and I don't know how it's going to work with interviews being remote, but at the end of the interview, I asked for if it would be possible if we had any follow-up questions, if we called. And sometimes we did. Yes, exactly. Leanne's holding it up. I used that. I had that in front of me for every interview, and used that extensively. But also I got a phone number, and if I had any follow-up questions, that was probably more so for caseworkers. And then I would call if we had follow-up questions that we weren't able to find in files or online.
This is Pat. Hi. An additional thing I would say is some teams utilize their individual strengths, and one person might be identifying the questions and writing them down as they were reviewing the material, maybe so both weren't duplicating. But I think as they're reviewing and jotting down questions and having one person that's kind of in charge, other teams might have taken information home, like this would be the second case, and took information home overnight and prepared for the next day. I know that's probably an optional thing, but I think when we're not so crunched for time, our brains allow us to do a little bit more thinking in depth.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Did teams or did you experience any difficulties feeling like, oh gosh, did I ask the right questions after your interview? And Sherilyn, your point about getting a number for follow-up additional questions is well taken. Because what I'm thinking of is, you think you get the right questions, then you sit to go complete your item, and oh gosh, I wish I would have asked this. I mean, part of that happens, but were there any themes about what topics you were generally forgetting to ask about? I can say it that way.
This is Sherilyn again. I can't think of any certain themes or topics. I think it all depends on the case. In some cases just were more difficult and would throw different curveballs in that. And like if you didn't have enough time to prepare and like dig through the case extensively, and then when you would come to putting information in or seeking information and it's not in the file, it's not on the sheets that the caseworkers fill out. It's like, oh, I wish I would have asked this, and it's just random things.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
This is Pat. I'm sorry to interrupt again. I was just thinking of the PIP items, and that's probably the areas where we've been weaker in the interview questions, is around that engagement timeframes. When were the permanency goals established? So that also may help guide some of our questions this round as we really are focusing on those areas that we want to strengthen.
Good point. Good point.
I think one of the other areas, and it piggybacks off of what Pat just said, is in regards to the quality of those visits with parents, and oftentimes some disconnect between, well, I spoke with the foster parents because they were the current caregivers. This is how often I saw them. This is how I addressed the needs. And I spoke with the biological parents or the parents of the home of removal as frequently as I could. And what did that frequency mean? How did it play into the case? And how did it affect the permanency outcome? And so I think that's just always been a struggle, but it was even a struggle for the case review because the workers felt like they really were doing good work. And I think in some of those cases, they were. I mean, they were doing some really good work. It was just a disconnect with that home of removal, and how do we, and it's a culture shift, I mean, we all can agree to that, but how do we embrace it? And so from a policy perspective, that's something I have in my head too, about how else we could address it in the policy side so that everyone's aware this does affect and impact our OCR CFSR process.
What guidelines or instruction do we have when we are in an interview with a child during this process and we feel as though they are unsafe?
Did everyone hear the question? I'll just recap it real quick in case. But the question is, what kind of guidance or instructions do we have if during an interview we feel the child is unsafe? The instructions and the directions is to immediately, if there's an imminent concern of safety, by all means, reach out to law enforcement, get that emergency contact out there if the concern is of an imminent safety concern. And then afterwards, follow up with your QA lead and do that. If there is concern of safety, but you're not sure if it's a real imminent risk, but you do have safety concerns, then we request that you bring your QA lead into that conversation, and the QA lead and your second level QA will coordinate with regional office, with the agency, and make some determinations of what response is most appropriate in that case. So imminent concerns, definitely, we're all mandated reporters, and we support that 100%. No need to alert your QA lead first, just go take care of that, and then let us know separately.
I'm thinking about situations in which we may be talking about very gendered subjects for these children who generally have spoken maybe even to a caseworker in private, but have not said these things in front of their parents who could be there. And I'm just wondering how we should be responding to children if they do become emotional, or if it's apparent that this may not be the most productive process. To continue that interview, do we discontinue that? Do we ask the adult to leave the room? I'm just looking for some sort of direction.
Very good question. And if you do see signs of discomfort, I think either option as you deem professionally appropriate in that situation is going to be best.
Okay. I just don't want to like that, so I have to discontinue that interview.
Right.
Okay.
One of the things we do want to make sure is that our interview questions are really focused on the system's response and the support that they were getting and what happened in that at that time. So we're not looking at wanting them to repeat their own personal experience, but sometimes that question, did you feel safe, might lead into some of that.
Right.
First and foremost, that child safety is most important. So if your gut is telling you that you need to discontinue the interview, by all means, that's what we need to do. And then we'll work with the agency, the parent, to make sure that the appropriate follow-up is there, because we really don't want these interviews to be a traumatizing event to the youth.
Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying that.
Just a logistics follow-up to that. As we're preparing these cases for review, I wonder if there's opportunity for our QA team who are doing the prep and working with the local agencies to schedule interviews to kind of talk that through. If they where will that child be interviewed in the company of whom? Maybe some pre-arrangements could be made to protect, so that we don't end up in those situations.
Great. My final thoughts on that, as far as some of the themes maybe or trends that I saw where it was difficult in our interview questions, might be around the issues of like permanency goals. We don't want to rely solely what's on frame in our permanency goal chart, because that data isn't always the most accurate. So really asking the heart of item 5, when we get there, we'll talk, it's about establishing, really finding out, when did the agency begin working on this permanency goal? And asking questions about, how did you assess safety and risk? But then being sure that we offer the follow-up question, and what did that assessment show? What did you find? What safety? And we're asking the agency to articulate the safety concerns or risk concerns. So we're not combing hours through case notes trying to come up with what the agency determined as the safety or risk issues, that we're asking them to articulate that in the interviews. So any other pearls of wisdom?
For those who weren't at our training the last couple of days, we do cover this in our initial training, but our history in covering this is with the assumption that most interviews would be face-to-face. So when Leanne and I were prepping this training and kind of processing what is this going to be like for all phone interviews, it's a whole different dynamic, because most communication is nonverbal, right? We all know this. Very small portion is the verbal communication in terms of an engagement with another person. So we really didn't have the answer. We kind of processed it a little bit, and again, we see this as an opportunity to learn as we move forward with how we, in the future, manage our QA process, our case review process. We know we'll have both perspectives after this next few months, so we'll have a better sense of how well do phone interviews work. You touched on this a little bit, and do we need to consider more blended approach or a whole different approach or whatnot, because then we'll have opportunity to really design how we want this to be going forward. So I don't think it's a bad thing that we're trying it, but we all have trepidation about how is this actually, are we going to get what we need, and are we going to, we don't certainly want to put anyone at risk, a caregiver, a child. We don't know, we can't control some very significant variables in these interview processes. So as much as we can pre-plan and prep for that, we will do our best, but you can't, of course, plan for every potential occurrence. So, and also one of the discussions we had is the whole difficulty we have even in face-to-face interviews with some populations, particularly children, adolescents. And if you're face-to-face, there's some good tools you can use to engage them in creative ways to engage them in an interview process. That population of kiddos, they're not usually on a phone anymore, right? We don't do phones. So getting them to talk on a phone, we're anticipating that's going to be challenging. One of the things I said in training was, generally you're going to have them talk a mile a minute. You can't get a word in edgewise. But most often you'll likely have nothing. And And our tendency when we ask our open-ended questions, which is what we're certainly encouraging you to do because that's where you get them to tell their stories. If you're and they're not answering that open-ended question, our tendency is to go to a yes/no question. And then they'll just give you that one-word answer and we won't get to the information required to really understand the case dynamics. So we do understand and anticipate some challenges around that.
And it might make the case as well for checking into some of those Skype video options because parents of the younger kids in our group here may know this more, but I know my great nieces and nephews, I mean, FaceTime is just nothing new to them. I mean, so the traditional phone, they may not be on very often, but that FaceTime, they know it better than I do. So that might be something that we definitely want to explore. So, all right, guys.
I liked how Jen brought up the idea, or you had suggested the Skype or the Zoom or something, even with case managers, because you really get a sense of nonverbals when you're seeing them, but they could be at their desk and having that conversation. So, I mean, I think having that as an option that they could say, yep, we'll do the Zoom, and if the technological difficulties of the day leads to only a phone call, I mean, I think we can set that high standard. It's good to see the people you're talking to.
Yeah.
A follow-up question related to those different apps that we can potentially utilize is confidentiality. I know some apps aren't secure, some are. I know Zoom is one that is very secure, but something we'll have to consider, like with FaceTime or Skype. I'm not sure about the confidentiality of those, so I'm going to make a note of that as well.
Good point. All right. All right, moving on. One of the other kind of themes that we came across, maybe a challenge, maybe something to be mindful of, especially when we're looking at a 14, 15-month period under review, is ensuring that we are assessing the practice during the entire period under review. And our ratings for whatever applicable item it is based on that condition being met the entire period under review. Okay. And this has come up in a couple different ways. And so I'm going to throw out a couple scenarios and then we'll talk about it. A case comes into our sample because an eligibility criteria exists during our sampling period. We have a 6-month sampling period from 10/1/18 to 3/31/19. During those 6 months for foster care, a youth would have had to have been in foster care for more than 24 hours. That's pretty much the primary thing. Now, they can't be over 18 during the entire period under review, and they can't be on a trial home visit during the entire period under review.
At all, like at all, at any time?
Entire. They can be on a trial home visit during, for a portion, just
Or
not,
over 18 for a portion.
or over 18 for a portion, but not the entire, okay? And then once they're in the sample, any service that they received during the period under review, notice my shift from sampling period to period under review, becomes subject to assessment. And I did go over this example in training yesterday. I'm going to repeat it because it can be reminded enough. We have a child that comes into foster care and is in foster care when our sampling period and period under review begins, 10/1/18. Then in February of 19, they're discharged from foster care to a reunification. And our program, foster care program, closes on February 1st of 19. But then on August 1st of 19, a new child protection report comes in. And child protection completes a full assessment in August and September. And at the end of September of 19, there's a decision that no services are required. So there is no additional case management service period that opens up. They're in the sample because of that foster care episode that they had at the onset. But the date the case was opened was the date of the most recent CPS report. And the date the case was closed was the date that the CPS assessment ended. The most recent involvement. Okay, so that CPS assessment is assessed in item 1. It's a report that was received during our period under review. Any safety and risk assessments that were conducted would certainly be a part of item 3. And if there were needs or services that were assessed, could potentially show up even in 12B. Even if it was a no services required, maybe there were some referrals, it may or may not be. But the agency services for the entire period under review are subject for review. So we have to pay special attention to our dates. The period under review is going to be October 1, 2018 to 3/31 of 19. Well, to the date the case was reviewed. Our sampling period is to 3/31/19. And for in-home sampling period, a case needs to be opened up for 45 days. And if a case opened on March 30th, they could still, as long as it was open for those 45 days, it could still come into the sample.
I have a question about that. And I'm looking at the OSRI on page 4 of your paper copy. Question I. And, right. So what is the date of the first case opening of the cases open for services during the period under review? And then you look at the instruction bullets following on the top of page 5. Enter the date on which the case was actually opened within the agency. Consider all cases that were open for services during the period under review if there were multiple case openings. If the first case that was opened during the PUR was opened prior to the PUR, include it as the first case opening date for the period. So that foster care date would be the case opening date for the purposes of I, right?
For the purposes of I, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, good clarification.
But the closing date would be when that no services required determination was made.
Right. So it's almost like I is the date of the case that brought it into the sample. Okay.
Even if it was before the period.
Even if it was before the period under review.
But if there was a prior CPS that got that child into foster care, would that be considered, or would it be the foster care entry date because we're considering this a foster care case?
Great question and great complexity. You're right. It would be the CPS assessment date, the report date. So if a foster care or in-home services case management period opened as a result of a CPS report, then it would be the date of the CPS report.
So in this case, you're talking about, say, for instance, it opened regarding or related to a CPS. The child went into foster care. The foster care case was closed under the period under review, and then there was a subsequent CPS report that closed with services not required. The opening date would be the date that that initial CPS assessment that got the child into care was, The
Yes.
closing date would be the foster care closing date or the CPS?
The second CPS assessment, when that no services recommended decision was made.
Okay.
That case closed at that point. That would be the closure date.
Okay.
And that's Kate, that's number L, right? At the top of page 6. That would be the date we would use there.
Very good clarification.
Can I add a little bit more about the 18 plus kiddos? So if they come into the sample because during the period of review they weren't 18, but yet they turn 18 during the period of review, we've had cases like this occur. In North Dakota, we have 18 plus services where children can, they're not children anymore, men and women, can sign themselves back into care once they turn 18, right? So they remain in the child welfare system and receiving services and supports. But for the purposes of our case review, once they turn 18, we don't assess anymore. Okay, that's the instruction we received from our federal folks.
So once they turn 18, would that be a
Right, so I have a note on, no, you're going right where I'm going there, my dear. So on L, question L, which is what is the date of the most recent case closure, that is the date of their 18th birthday, even if they remained open for services following that date. So you might want to make a note in your books for that.
Oh.
This is Nicole. Can I back up again to the opening date when we're talking about the foster care and CPS? So I'm just thinking of one that might be a possibility that I've been having phone calls about. So the child entered foster care March of 2018, and it went through November of 2018, and then from there went into in-home from November of 2018 to May of 2019. That closed, but then in October of 2019, there was a CPS report. So the opening date would be the March of 2018 and the closing date would be October of 2019.
The opening, okay, so the foster care episode began in March?
Yes, March of 2018.
And it was the result of a CPS report?
Correct.
It would be the date that report was received that resulted in a foster care episode.
Okay, and then end date would be the October because there was another one open.
At the termination or the ending of, sorry, at the decision point of that assessment, when that assessment was completed, I should say, the CPS assessment.
Okay.
Yep.
And on those wonderful case summaries that we get from our agencies, this level of complexity is really hard to capture. And so I point that out because the dates that are on your case summary sheets we get from the agencies may in fact not always be right because we're not looking at through the same lens. By all means, it's certainly right to the worker completing it because the foster care ended. They're going to, oh, thank you.
We're looking at your neck. Sorry to interrupt.
That case manager's case closed on that date. And so that's where that critical analysis, being sure to understand what the instrument is trying to capture, not necessarily what's in the case summary. Now, the other point about that is if it's a long-standing foster care case that originated from a CPS assessment that came in, say, in 2015, the date on the case face sheet will be the 2015 date. But when we get to item 1 and we're assessing CPS practice and listing the reports, we're still only focused in on those reports that came in during the period under review. Okay, so in some ways we're looking at two different things. Here we're talking about what date do we use. Okay. Now, the other thing that, and we'll get into some of these at more nuances as we go through, but the other aspect about this piece of ensuring that we're assessing practice throughout the period under review. Item 3, consistently, you know, we might be looking at that initial assessment of safety and risk and ongoing, but if there was not an assessment of safety and risk at case closure, then safety and risk assessments were not completed at all critical times, because case closure is certainly one of those critical times.
So this takes me to that 18 plus question that Diana raised. If the case closure date is the date of the child's 18th birthday, are we assessing anything in that case after the 18th birthday, even if it's during the period under review the youth is in 18 plus services?
No, we're not.
So there's nothing beyond that 18th birthday.
Correct. And the agency might be doing wonderful, great work.
Yeah.
But it's not practice that is captured in the OSRI. So use of your time as a review team, you know, it's not, dare I say, for the purposes of the OSRI, it's not worth really exploring what were the worker visits and how did they assess risk and all of those things post 18. It really is, you're getting those blinders on for the time that they were 18. And at the time of 18, there still is some transitional planning that's going on. And if the plan was they checked themselves into the 21 plus program, you know, some of that work is still being done at that critical closure when turning 18, even though for our purposes, the case didn't close, you know, so we can look at that.
Okay, so now based on her question and your previous comments about critical times in which you would anticipate that safety would be assessed, so would it be expected that because the case closure of an 18 plus kiddo is at their 18th birthday, would we need to look for a safety assessment in or around their birthday? I can see that question coming to us from the agencies.
When in reality, they have the decision to then end services. So
Right.
it would be like a closure.
That's true. So we would be looking for an assessment at the time of that. I mean, this brings a question, right?
Well, and I kind of have a comment to that because I'm thinking back when my case was pulled, the youth's 18th birthday was at the beginning of December. I mean, he was in care till the end of January, but he turned 18 while still in a residential placement.
So what was the result of that review, or what was the feedback from the review?
Well, as far as safety stuff, like, I mean, there wasn't any areas of needing improvement. Like, we had passes and, I mean, we're doing safety planning and whatnot around that, but I mean, it really didn't give the opportunity to catch it at closing time because he remained, you know, open, you know, beyond his 18th birthday. So I mean, I think there's a possibility we could run into those types of situations where, you know, some youth who are 18 could still be in residential care.
Oh, absolutely.
But if the definition regarding this particular review stops them at their 18th birthday, we follow through with what this regulation is, even though we're going, in the DJS cases, they're going to have custody beyond the 18th birthday. In our 18 plus cases, it's voluntary. Jen and I had a little sidebar. If I'm reviewing, I'd like all the 18-year-old cases, please. Just because it allows that case, I mean, it's a shorter duration of what you're looking at, right? But if we're looking at it through this lens, what I'm hearing is on their 18th birthday, it closes. And we don't further assess beyond that point.
Correct.
And it's not that good stuff is happening, it's just that for the purposes of the OSRI, our assessment ends and they're considered discharged from foster care for the purposes of the OSRI. And, you know, keep in mind, safety and risk assessments can be informal.
Yep.
And those conversations of, you know, what are your plans? And so I would anticipate we would still see some of that safety and risk assessments happening. I'm just reminding that we don't want to spend the review time focusing on those efforts beyond their 18th birthday.
And I don't know if it would directly affect item 5 or 6 with this, but the federal government also requires states to do the transition planning for youth as they're aging out of foster care. So if that 18-year-old, we close the case on their, you know, we stop reviewing as they turn age 18, but did they have that 90 days prior to discharge assessment, and all of that should be on the file.
That would likely show up as a 12A issue, independent living and assessing needs. So absolutely, yeah. The other thing that comes under this heading that we've had at times is when there are multiple episodes. That can get extremely confusing, but it still can happen. And so the reminder is, if there are multiple episodes, say a child was in care or came into care, reunified, case closed, 2 months later they came back in and they were still in foster care, we have 2 episodes. So as we're going through the various items, we need to be sure that we're giving equal weight to both episodes in our rationale statements and in our consideration and how we ultimately rate that particular item. So we're assessing that full period under review. All right, guys, I think it's break time. I show it's about 9:56, and we'll take a 15-minute break, coming back shortly after, you know, like 10, 11, something around that time frame. I'm going to mute and turn off our mics here, but if you need me, send a chat, and we'll stay connected. Get up the other themes. I would say by far, the biggest challenge that we have, that we've had, and that we have with our case reviews is really writing effective rationale statements. And I'm going to stop sharing that screen for a moment, and we're going to come back to it.
Do we have that document?
Not that document yet. I'll show it to you in just a second. Is the video back on? Are you guys seeing me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. When we did our reviews in 2018 and we went through secondary oversight, we received, we had 50% of our cases undergo that process, and we didn't have a good rhythm established at the onset. And then we got overwhelmed, and we received some good feedback from our federal partners, but we were never able to translate that kind of back, because 6 months later, out of our Grand Forks reviews, I'm looking at Kelsey because she was with us in that Grand Forks review. You know, it was really hard to go back and make changes. Reviewers are the only ones in the system that can make changes and things like that. So we weren't able to really complete that cycle. But I want to take just a few moments on that. Of the feedback that we got, that we received, there was, I would say it fell into 3 categories. It fell into the Homer Simpson category. How did we miss that? You know, those were the ones where we interviewed a child, but we forgot to mark the box, even through secondary oversight. that we interviewed that child, or that we interviewed a parent, or that we didn't interview a parent, but we had it checked, or we had a wrong date, or more of those bean counter maybe related kinds of things that are in fact important. And so they're easy to miss at the reviewer level, QA, second level, you know, so hopefully time, but we're going to be on a tight time frame. So collectively, we're just going to do our best to look at all of those fine details. And if that's the type of response we get through secondary oversight, I'm going to count it in the win column. Okay, because those things I think are understandable. All right, so we had several in that category. We had the lion's share of our feedback that, well, tell us more, how did that happen? You know, it's not just enough to say that safety and risk assessments occurred. How did they occur? What did they find? What did the agency identify as the safety risk or risk assessment? What needs were identified? When we look at item 12, it's not just enough to say that the agency made concerted efforts to assess their needs and provide services. How did they assess their needs? What did they find? What services were provided? It started out at the beginning of round 3 with the hope that we could be very brief in our rationale statements, and we found that is not the case. These truly are rationale statements that people who don't know the case need to understand. And so the secondary oversight folks had questions for us that I think we would have still gotten to the same rating, but needed to bulk up our rationale statements a bit. And then there was a third category that there were a few ratings that we rated say a strength or even not applicable, and the secondary oversight was like, oh, we need to talk more about this one. And I'm like, you bet, let's talk, because I'm ready to advocate. You know, I had our FAQs on hand and we were ready to go. And that's part of our cycle that didn't get wrapped up. And so even this week in talk with our federal partners, there was things on both sides that we needed to do some fine tuning on. And I'm feeling really confident that we're going to be able to complete this cycle with secondary oversight. And teams are going to know that. I preface all of that to point to this particular agenda topic, what's a general theme, and that is writing effective rationale statements. And so some of the tools, well, before I get into the tools, I would like to hear from others what you found as challenging in writing your rationale statements. And if you're in the room here, let's be sure to get real close to our microphones.
Sometimes it's a challenge to remember every piece of the question because there's multiple components. And so remembering to include all of it, and the best way for me to do that is to just pretty much copy and paste the question in itself, put it in the rationale statement, and make sure that I'm touching base on each one of those issues.
That's a nice tip.
For me, it was not being wordy, just being to the point, getting to the meat of it, not.
You bet.
Leanne, could you repeat that first one? I could not hear that lady.
Oh, okay. I don't think, poor Jen, her microphone must not be set. Maybe we can try another microphone.
I was just saying, can you hear me now on this microphone?
Yes.
Oh, great. There's got to be something wrong with that other one. I was just saying that at times it can be difficult to remember every component of the question because they have several layers. So I found it best to copy and paste the question, put it into the rationale statement. That way I know exactly that I'm touching base on each one of those.
Idea. That's a good idea.
Anyone else want to offer up experiences?
Well, I think for those of us who've been around a while, it's kind of the changing expectation around the rationale statement. You know, the difference between being detailed enough and being succinct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's that middle ground, teeter-totter.
Right.
Hi, Pat. Oh, Pat, you're on mute. You're still on mute.
I'm struggling to even find myself in the picture. I kind of got myself all messed up. One question I guess I had was about the case summary, because I struggle in the rationale statement thinking that the reviewers know what we're talking about because it's already been covered in the case summary. And I'm not sure if we're now putting a case summary into the document at the beginning in the, okay, and then how do I get myself off being viewed?
Somebody else has to talk, I think, so. Or you can turn your camera off. Without disconnecting, you can stop your video.
Pat, if you go up on put your cursor over your name, there's 3 dots. If you click on the 3 dots and it says start video or turn off video, just click on the turn off video.
Yeah, see, I think I hit myself and now I can't even find myself on the screen. So I'll try to get better educated.
You're good. All right, that case summary, that's a great point because that isn't something that we talked a lot about in training this past week. And even for Kelsey or those that did early reviews with us, we didn't do a case summary within the OMS. And later in our reviews, we started using the item 2 optional comment box as a way of capturing the case summary. And Diana and I have to talk whether we're going to continue that or not. I believe that really did help our federal partners and even the second level QA if we didn't have our own case summary sheets available. And so we will have instructions on that, but by putting it in the item 2 optional comment box, it was just a consistent spot for all cases to do a little recap of the case scenario. But the point being is, yes, the reader will know that as they understand and review the case, but that doesn't take away the fact that the item rationale statement still needs to speak to those questions within the item as a standalone statement. So making assumptions that the reader knows what's going on in a case is, we have to safeguard against that because they still need to really be standalone statements. And part of that is to really support the state's ongoing continuous and quality improvement efforts. Part of the PIP development, when the full PIP development team was meeting, they did pull reports out of OMS and look if they were targeting in on worker visits with kiddos or worker visits with parents. They were able to pull reports out of OMS and look at just what was the rating and then what contributed to that rating by reviewing the rationale statements. And so there were efforts to try and use this information beyond just getting a case to a complete status. So that there are multiple purposes for those rationale statements that we want to keep in mind. And it is a challenge on how we can be thorough but concise. How can we address every item question, every item rating question within that item in our rationale statement. Now I'm going to start sharing another screen for a few moments, talk about some of our tools and resources. Let's see, I want to share, first of all, this document. Now, we will still have reviewer binders. Let's see if we can get rid of that. We'll still have reviewer binders for our teams and our QA leads, both on site and then in the reviews following these. You'll have your own little Bible, so to speak, with these resources in it. But this is something that I developed, we developed after the first couple reviews on some general principles. And I'm going to, oops, a little too large, isn't it? Let's see. Good rationale should justify the item's rating to someone who hasn't read the case. We've talked about it being a standalone item. A good rationale explains strengths or challenges that affected the item's rating related to specific casework practices, systemic issues such as state policy, or available resources, service array that affected the item's rating.
Just for 1 second. This resource should be in the folders, right? Is this the one we included in the training packets from yesterday? So if you were at the training, you should have this. Otherwise, we can send it out.
Yeah, we'll send it out because there are a few on our call that don't have this, and my apologies. But we will get it to you. You'll have it available during the review as well. And what we're go ahead.
Just real quick question. So with these documents now that I know for this particular review, not everybody will have access to the T drive, but is there a way for the QA unit and having a T drive folder where these documents will land that we can just know where to go access them?
Absolutely. Yep. This one right here that we're talking on is, it really kind of gets to the meat that helps those ongoing efforts and to help a worker, an agency, and the state understand what we were seeing that led to the item's rating in a concise but thorough way. I mean, like Tanya said, that is a challenge. But an example might be on, again, it's not enough to just say that something happened or didn't happen. Being able to explain what we saw, that how it happened, or what was lacking. So the worker had quality visits. They were frequent and of sufficient quality. And so it wasn't just that the worker met with the child once a month. It might be that the target child was struggling with several questions about the case plan, how the parents were doing. The worker was able to meet with the youth on a weekly basis. It was noted that during a time of particular turmoil, the worker met with a child like 3 times a week. They met at school, at home, during the court hearing. You know, something that called out a particular casework practice that really contributed towards that quality. So we're describing it. if the worker was not able to get in there and do more than monthly visitation, say they did do the monthly visitation, but we hear from the child that they really wanted to see their worker more and that wasn't happening. We may have even heard in our interview from the worker that they wanted to visit more, but they were managing a caseload of 25, 28 youth, and they weren't able to do that. Well, that's highlighting those systemic barriers, you know, the workload issues and capacity issues. And so if we're seeing those, we want to make a note of those in the rationale statement. We're not able to do a deep dive in my language, I mean, into all of the root causes that, you know, we need to keep things moving along. But anything that we hear or we come across that can contribute to the rating, we want to specify. Proper names, no proper names of any kind are included. That can contribute towards multiple QA notes in your rationale statements. Please remove David and replace with target child. There are a few acronyms that we can use. We can use TC for target child. We can use TPR, but we want to steer PUR. Those pretty much three might be FC for foster care, case manager, IH for in-home, CPS, you know, those kinds of things. But we don't want to use PATH, treatment foster care, or a PATH home. We want to say treatment foster care. We don't want to say ask worker. We want to say the adoption worker or adoption agency, those kinds of things. We're attributing information from interviews generally and doesn't attribute information specifically to individuals or roles. So we want to write it, interviews revealed, information learned through interviews indicates. We want to use that type of reference. We don't want to say the mother shared that she, those kinds of things. Authors of good rationale statements ask themselves, does this statement comprehensively address everything it needs to address? Not so much is it long enough. Earlier in the week, we were talking about, it used to be that we would automatically start a rationale statement. This item is rated as a strength because blah, 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 blah. What I like about that is that it gears us towards being able to specify why an item is rated the way it is right off the bat. Strength, it's a strength because this happened. All right, but sometimes it's easy to get away from the purpose of the assessment. So by starting a rationale statement that the agency made concerted efforts to assess safety and risk on an initial and ongoing basis during the period under review helps us focus on what we're addressing in just that rationale statement. There'll be, if you're addressing one item, say item 6, the achieving permanency, if you're talking about how the agency helped achieve permanency, in item 5, we're going to ask that you cut and paste that into its specific item. So that's that next bullet. Will only contain information pertinent to the purpose of assessment. Now, on the second page of this document, there was a kind of a possible formula that we started. If you're new to writing rationale statements, this would provide like an outline or a guidance to you on how to craft a rationale statement. If it's not your style, you don't have to use it, but it does provide some guidance to you. As a review team, you'll have the opportunity to start up entering your case into OMS, working through and starting your rationale statement. Your QA lead will probably be in there trying to help monitor, support you along the way. But before you as a team submit your case for review, here is some guidance that you'll want to look over and highlight your rationale statement. So is it only specific to the item being assessed? Get used to asking that of yourself as you're writing your rationale statements. Making sure no proper names are used or information from interviews could be attributed to a specific individual, and that the statements could be understood by someone who hasn't read the case and clearly explains why the item is rated the way it is. We as QA leads, for those of us in the room that are going to be QA leads, we have the reminder that the statements do need to be readable and understood, but we're not looking for the perfect grammar or if there's a spelling error along the way, but we can still read what the statement is. We're not going to return an item just for that reason. Okay, but we do want, it needs to be understood by someone reading it. So this is a resource that's going to be available. I'm going to stop there and share another resource, and then we'll open up for discussion. I'm going to share two more resources. This week in training, item 12 can be an especially challenging rationale statement to write, especially when there are multiple children assessed in 12A and or when there are multiple parents in 12B, because we want to speak to each participant who's being assessed in the rationale statement. And so here are the things, I mean, if there are 4 larger bullets for every person we're assessing, if we cover these 4 bullets, we're going to get on the target. You might have a few things to get you in the bullseye, as I was saying, but you know you're going to have a pretty solid rationale statement in item 12 if you're covering these things. For how did the agency assess the child's needs, whether that's initially, ongoing, all of the above, but how did they do that? Was it formal informal assessments, formal assessments? Did they have a psych eval? Did they use a trauma screening? How did the agency assess those needs? And then what needs did that assessment reveal? So what needs did the agency identify, and were they accurate? Because part of what we're looking for and needing to assess is, were they accurate and comprehensive? What's projected on the screen is a new resource. We just typed it up earlier in the week, so we'll be getting it out. So we're looking, were they accurate and assessment, and that's going to call on our professional judgment and discretion. For children, we're reminded we're not assessing educational, health, dental, and behavioral mental health needs here. It's the social needs, their general parent-child relationships, especially in in-home cases, their needs for social connections, attachment might be needs. If there are needs for alternate caregivers and voluntary in-home cases as it relates to their ability to care for the children, all of those are assessed under 12A. So what needs did the agency identify, and were they accurate? We list those out. What services did the agency provide to address those identified needs? And then was there anything needed anything needed and not provided? And if we're addressing those 4 bullets for all of the children, so this is, you know, a little bit of an outline. For our parents, again, how did the agency assess the needs initially and ongoing? During child and family team meetings, during home visits, again, formal assessments. What needs did the agency identify and were they accurate? For parents, what is needed to support their ability to parent or maintain the relationship appropriate to the case? And paramours living in the house are assessed under the applicable parents. So if mom's boyfriend is living in the home, but wouldn't otherwise meet the definition of the parent, but they're, you know, have some co-parenting responsibilities, those needs would be assessed under the mother, addressed under the mother. Okay, so there are some FAQs that talk about that. But with 12B, it is really focused on their ability to parent and maintain the relationship, to achieve case goals, to promote the safety. We're not necessarily looking for their, you know, every need a parent could possibly have. But what is it needed to support and promote that relationship and achieve case goals? 12C, the same bullets apply even in 12C with our foster parents. Keeping in mind that 12C applies to all family settings during the period under review, not just licensed foster parents. So our non-licensed relative caregivers would fall under 12C. How are the agencies assessing their needs? What needs did they identify and were they accurately assessed? What services were provided and was anything needed not provided? So when you look at those 4 larger bullets, and when we get into our instrument walkthrough, you might see how this brings out the language and the questions in those items, but provides the outline for crafting a rationale statement specific to a rather challenging item. Then the last resource that we will send out and have on site, these were created later in our review year last go around, but they were sample rationale statements. We weren't sure whether we wanted to send these out or not because we don't want cookie cutter rationale statements, but yet we realized how oftentimes having examples can really help, you know, get us steered in the right direction and really cut down the time of trying to have our author hat on, that we can just get pointed in the right direction. And so for each of the 18 items, we have a sample statement that would support a strength rating, an ANI rating, or a not applicable rating. And this tool will be made available as well. All right.
I have a question. This is Pat. Wondering, hi, wondering, is this where independent living is listed in the assessment of the child?
Yes, that's in 12A. The needs and assessment. 12A, and we'll talk about that a little bit further, Pat, when we get in and do our item walkthrough, okay?
How about this one? Are you gonna?
I'll look at a question here just a second.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
This one on 12. Are you gonna?
Yes. And what Jen's asking about is the reviewer brief, and now's a great time to do a shout out to our portal for these reviewer briefs. So let me share my screen here, go back to the portal. And on this tab called Resources, we're in round 3, and it's going to land you on all things federal CFSR. And when you scroll down, there are these reviewer briefs, understanding the federal expectations for rating cases. And because item 12 is extremely broad, comprehensive, I should say, there is a reviewer brief specific to item 12. And it looks something like this. All of the reviewer briefs will be in the binders and available. And I do encourage you to do a good look through before you show up on January 13th of the reviewer briefs.
I like this one in particular because it lays out the needs into a format that we may not have always thought about.
Mm-hmm. Other questions or discussions on writing rationale statements?
For those of you that have access to the T drive, while Leanne's been talking, I've been finding these documents and putting them in the T drive, and just wanted to direct you to where that's going to be once I get there. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not close enough. Okay, so on the T drive, there's a folder called PIP-third round, the number 3, third. And then under that, you're going to see PIP QA case review. And then QA workforce training materials. I'm sorry, there's all these subfolders. That's where I'm saving it all for now, just so you know what's in there. I also took, Lauren had a folder because he helped us put together the training folders this week. So he had a folder, case review training for baseline 2020. I inserted that folder into PIP QA review also. So there's a plethora of training materials in that folder in addition to the ones I put under the PIP QA review.
And that it's, I'm sorry, and then it's what in under PIP QA review?
If you go into, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, PIP QA workforce.
So this is helpful.
Good, okay.
And for the, get my mic back on. For the folks that weren't able to come to the training earlier but are joining us, I'll also send out the PowerPoint that we used. So because you don't have access to this particular drive, we'll get you a training folder sent out. I'll make a note to do that before I leave Bismarck this week. Okay, anything further on rationale statements, either tips of the trade, questions, ways we can better support you? If you're curious about what it's like, well, let me finish my thought here. If you're curious what it's like to read a case that you've never reviewed and understand the rationale for the case, for the rating, you do have access to the cases that we reviewed in 2018 on the live NDCQI site. And if you learn that way and are able to take the time, we're all bound by the same confidentiality and the cases have been de-identified. So there's several levels of confidentiality protections there. You can go in and review those cases. And you may get a sense of I don't know the cases anymore offhand. I couldn't point you to, hey, this is a really strong case. Hey, this is one that we may have needed to tweak. But it certainly would give you the experience of trying to understand why a case was rated the way it was from knowing nothing about it. And potentially having that experience may help in your crafting of future statements. See what I'm saying? So we all may not have that time. That's not a requirement. I'm just pointing that out as a potential other learning opportunity. Okay. All right, there's one other thing that came up as a result of our training this last week that I didn't get on the agenda, but I think is worth noting. And it's 1/2. The challenge sometimes is that we are assessing, we're rating our colleagues. And sometimes that feels tough. We don't want to feel like we're penalizing our colleagues. Many of us have been in the seat where we've had cases reviewed, so we understand that perspective. That gives us one avenue of experience. We're partners, we're all partners with our agencies. And we all have our North Dakota NICE. And so it becomes difficult sometimes to jump into those harder discussions when we're seeing an area needing improvement. And so I think that it's worthy of some discussion. How can we work through that? How can we ourselves understand that we are approaching this process as objective reviewers? It's not a good or bad, it is. We're highlighting those areas that are strengths so we can keep doing them. Or we're highlighting areas that we need to take that deeper dive, figuring out what's going on, because the end result is the client and family, children and family aren't really receiving the services or the outcomes that we collectively want them to have. So this isn't a bad or good. But we as reviewers have to be able to feel comfortable in our skin and feel comfortable in our shoes to bring that objective perspective to our work. And you've heard me say it a couple times, also blending in our professional discretion and our experience. And yesterday in training, I was describing it a little bit. We need to be very cautious because it may feel like we're a Monday morning quarterback and shooting upon an agency, well, you should have, you should have, you should have, and how our defenses rise up. And that's not what we want it to be. When those defenses go up, we can understand it, but also then that limits our conversation. There are times, though, that through this process, we can learn a lot about what could have happened. What could we have done to make this different? And so there's that distinction between shooting upon and quitting upon. And it's a little bit of a play on words, but it is something that we are called on to do. And we see that sometimes in the definition of concerted efforts. There are reviewer briefs out there on what concerted efforts look like. And there's not an easy definition about concerted efforts. There are some guidelines. We were having some discussion with our federal partners on what this looks like across the nation. And in our PIP process as well, and knowing that we're looking at secondary oversight and looking at how we can become strong as a state system, how are we really viewing those concerted efforts? And if we're seeing an agency making the efforts on a regular, consistent basis, we are assessing most items on those efforts, not if the parent responds or if visits happen. We're looking at the efforts of the agency. But when does concerted efforts become insanity? You know, our definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So that calls on our professional judgment. And as we're looking through, say, our longer-term foster care cases that we may have, when is it that those concerted efforts become the cookie cutter, become we're doing it, we're reaching out, but we're not really looking at this through different lenses. We're not adapting our practice. And that's where we may be challenged. Well, we see that they did these efforts, you know, they reached out with a letter, they reached out with a phone call. But if they were doing the same thing at the onset of the period under review, and they weren't changing anything 16 months later, and we're still at the same point, those concerted efforts might become that definition of insanity. So those were, we talked a little bit about that at week. I wanted to bring it up, and I throw that out for what kind of thoughts, questions, ideas does that provoke amongst the group?
This is Amy. I guess I just have a thought on the last reviews that I did. It seemed that the workers and the supervisors weren't, I don't know if they didn't attend the initial sessions to kind of get through that piece, but they seem to kind of miss the systemic point that we're trying to make throughout the review. With those gaps and really focused, and I'm sure that it's hard when it's your case, it's really hard to not take it personally, but is there a way that we could maybe prep them a little bit differently that would be effective? I'm not sure, I'm just throwing stuff out there. So
yeah, that's a great observation, and there have been multiple emails going out between the training, the webinar, and agency orientation. And so what's happening next Monday is going to be an opportunity for us to do that, Amy, and Diana and I are making notes. We're going to do our best to try and stress that as well. Next Monday is our agency orientation, and our partners at Children and Family Services Training Center are going to record it for us. But that's going to be the opportunity for the agencies to hear how we're coming up with our sample, how we're going to be working interviews and what's expected if the case is in fact brought into the sample. And so I will take that on to begin that messaging so that they hear that this is much greater than individual casework practice. That is a component, but it is certainly not the lion's share of responsibility on an individual worker's shoulders.
The other thing that may be helpful, this is Kelsey, for those of you on the phone. I'm updating the policy right now for caseworker monthly case management visitation. And I think it'll be helpful to add a section in there that is specific to, we have it in draft status now, and Dean and I will be going through that again, but how it might be important for how it impacts the OCR CFSR process. So caseworkers see it again in a different way. I mean, not only are we using that monthly tool to go out to do those visitations, but the expectations of that policy. And for our new workforce, we've had so much turnover that if it's not written in policy, and they might not have ongoing supervision to the degree that we feel is warranted, it's really hard for us to expect that they can read our minds. And so getting it in the policy manual might be another step. So just know that that is happening at this time. We're finalizing what that looks like.
Thank you.
This is Pat, and that's one of the pieces I guess I've struggled a bit with of what is expected by policy and what is expected by kind of the elusive best practice, and what is in policy at the time of part of the period under review, and when did policy change or expectations change throughout that period under review, and how do you measure that or be balancing that in the rationale statements?
That is a good observation, Pat. And you know, the technical answer, or the bottom line is state policy really only informs item 1 and 17 and 18 as it relates to medication oversight. And North Dakota's policy on medication oversight, be it for physical health or psychotropic medication, really mirrors the federal expectation in the instrument. We don't have a unique utilization review board. There's not separate forms that have to necessarily be filled out like some other states. So for all practical purposes, the only state policy that informs our ultimate rating is item 1, our timelines for initiating response to CPS and face-to-face visits.
And I think that brings up a good point. So Pat, thank you for that. And if others on the phone too want to provide feedback from being field staff in the past, would it be helpful to the field if there was more of a driving policy specific to the instrument and how it connects to the federal regulations that may not be as detailed in policy? Because like I see that there's policy portions for CPS. There's a lot of policy in foster care that is in the manual, but I don't know that it's always connected to this instrument and how it'll come into play for the instrument. So I don't know if that's a bigger systematic approach that we could try to connect some dots with time. Do we think that would be helpful? I'm wondering about any of you on the phone who try to connect those dots. The instrument's been there. We've talked about the instrument for years. It's not a secret. It's just applying it to the daily work that is being done in the field. Is there something more needed?
Going back to your question, Leanne, I would think that if we are still doing the same thing that we're doing for that entire time during the period under review, then we have not accurately assessed that parent's needs. We are not providing a service that that parent needs. There's something missing. So even though it may look like we're checking all the boxes and we're doing everything, we're really not. And so we're not adequately assessing those needs and providing for those needs. And that's what that looks like.
Yeah. So, yes, thank you.
And what else do they need? They might need to build a strong relationship with their child. And so maybe they don't have one now. And so then you need to look at how you could do that. And you need to look at inventive ways to do that, whether that be creating or having another, FCE, or bringing in some additional family members to connect with that parent. But we need to be creative, and we can't do the same thing that we're doing over and over and over again.
So,
and
all right.
I mean, as far as
Nicole, go ahead.
As far as, coming from working in the field and, Kelsey talking about policy and whatnot, tying that into the instrument, I was actually talking with Amy when we were traveling together that even, agencies
having the instrument be somehow implemented into training staff and making sure that they are, you know, addressing all the items on there.
I'm sorry, had a minor delay, but you know, I've heard that being done by some agencies. And I really do encourage that. And, you know, post baseline review, once we get through our 65 cases here within the unit and talking about, you know, catching our breath, looking at how we do that, how it blends with CQI efforts. You know, one of our new QA reviewers was talking too about maybe making some connections with the agencies, going out and doing that. So I think that there may be some opportunities down the road that we as a QA unit can support that. And so there may be some opportunities for that. All right. So with that, any other thoughts or comments? All right. What I'd like to start jumping into before we break for lunch is going through the instrument on some common trouble spots. The more, as a refresher, we're not going to talk every single item's purpose of assessment, but there are some things on nearly all of our items that have stood out as maybe common trouble spots. And I wanted to take this time to highlight it as we go through it. If there are others that have notes in your books or any kind of questions, let's do that. We've already talked on the face sheet, and if you're looking at your paper, OSRI, I'm on page 2. And on the child table, you know, we have very complex families sometimes, blended families sometimes, and I'm not guaranteeing that we won't struggle through. Who all do we put in this table? But generally speaking, the rule of thumb is that who goes in this table are the minor children of the children who were living in the home at the time agency services began. For foster care, that would be who was living in the home of the target child when agency services began. And for in-home cases, that also would be the same. Who were the children that were living in the home that led to agency involvement? So if they had step siblings, if a target child had step siblings, but they weren't living in the home of removal, they just had but they had a relationship with that step sibling, but they were living, that step sibling was in another community, was not in the home. We have not been listing those children in the table. On the other face sheet, comment worthy of notion of discussion is our case participant table. The system is going to ask you to give their full name as in the name column when you're setting them up in the table. And just get it programmed in your mind that that's the only time that their full name is going to be used, is in that name column on the table. The role is going to be one populated by the system. You're going to have a drop-down menu, mother, father, caseworker, foster parent, other. And if other, you're going to describe their role. If it's a relative caregiver, their role in the case is still a foster parent. We're talking about a broad definition on that one. But even so, it could be the maternal grandmother residing in the home. So she's not a parent, but she's in the home and she has some caregiving help. So maternal grandmother might show up and she might be another, and you'll describe that in the role section. The system is going to require that you describe what the other role is.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So if you have a drop down and you select other, the system is going to have to, you're going to have to enter something, and that would be very brief. But MGM, MGM. But you would do that description of the role in your relationship to child, but the note do not include proper names there. It's easy to do, but the note is no proper names. And we're looking at who are the people involved in that case during the period under review. Generally speaking, the people in that table are going to either be interviewed or their participation in the case will be assessed during the period under review. Still, every target child in foster care will have a mother. Everyone will have a father. Everyone will have a case manager. But if there was a guardian ad litem in the case, but the guardian ad litem isn't being interviewed, and they're not really speaking to anyone's perspective during the period under review, that guardian ad litem would not need to be listed in the table. Okay, that's kind of the distinction. Only listed if they're interviewed or they have one of those key case participant roles in the case, like a mother or father. Will we have any guardian ad litem speaking on behalf of the child? Potentially. We don't know quite yet, but it is possible. Right, and we make note of that. So in the relationship to the child, we would say the guardian ad litem speaking to the child's perspective. And that's the note that when we're talking with that guardian ad litem, we're asking questions about the child's perspective, because that's why they're being interviewed. On page 6 of the instrument, we've talked about some of the intricacies of the dates. I'm not going to go into those at this point unless there's a specific question. Okay. On M, emotional maltreatment is the box that we use for North Dakota psychological maltreatment. That's kind of the federal, kind of like that investigation assessment little name clash that we have. So North Dakota, we use the terminology psychological maltreatment. I'd ask that you use, check the emotional maltreatment.
Can I ask a question about that?
Mm-hmm.
For my QA cases, I've noticed that sometimes they will select other and put psychological maltreatment under other. Would that be something you want them to correct or just leave it?
Preferably, I'd like them corrected, but do use your discretion on it. It's not the biggest battle to wage. So we can still pull it out, but if possible, and it's an easy correction, yeah, I'd like it corrected. But it's not the biggest battle. Because certainly domestic violence in the child's home could also be a component to psych maltreatment, and it might be both checked.
Yep.
And the other notation on this M is, why was the case open for services? not necessarily everything that was known at the current time the case was reviewed. So when the case was open for services that brought them into the sample, what were the issues known to the agency at the time? All right, item 1, folks, our illustrious table on page 8. We have had, since our last review, we have some exciting CPS developments. We have a redesign project going on that is underway. Some counties and regions in our state are in the pilot and expanded areas, some are not. And state policy does prevail for this item. I said that earlier. Item 1 is the one where state policy is our guidance. And so state policy is still going to be our rule of thumb, even for our CPS pilot areas. So I'm not anticipating any major clash with that, but if anything, it might help propel timely initiation of face-to-face visits, you know, because in the pilot, there's more of that expectation that they have that face-to-face with all victims within 3 days of being assigned. One of the distinction is that there's a date assigned in the pilot, that we don't have that same clarified date assigned in general CPS policy. We're going to work through some of those nuances, and to be honest, today's webinar, I'm not sensing it's the best venue to get into those clarifications, but we'll have that information. Know that state policy is our guide on that one. But we always have questions about the terminated in progress, the administratively assessed, what about administrative referrals? The only reports that go into this table would be our full CPS assessments, but all reports that lead to a full CPS assessment go in here. So if there are 3 reports, but they're combined into one assessment, we will have 3 reports in the table. I hope I'm saying that right. We also include any report that came in if there is a foster home 960, if the allegation involved the target child or an institutional CPS. Institutional CPS is not in frame. We would have to learn that through interviews or our case documentation. But if there is an institutional CPS report, and we have that in at least one situation, it goes in the table. If it's a target child and that target child is listed as an alleged victim in a foster home, that goes in this table. Now, in item or table A1, all the reports that the other component is the terminated in progress. A terminated in progress would go in there if it's terminated after 24, depending on the category. If it required an initiation response, it needs to go in the table. So some terminated in progress cases are terminated 2-3 weeks after the report is received. And so that report would have required an initiation and initial face-to-face contact, potentially, but at least an initiation. So it goes in the table. The disposition might, I forget what our choices are, or not open for services. But it would still get listed in the table. But if that assessment came in, it was terminated in progress within 24 hours, it didn't require the initiation.
Would that be 72 hours? Because by policy it's 72.
72.
And depending on the priority, right? Correct. So it could be 24 or 72.
Yeah, depending on if it was a category A.
Right, depending on the category. So those terminated, the takeaway for today is the terminated in progress may show up on that table. And we just need to look at some analysis of what we're assessing in it. So don't automatically rule out a terminated in progress, but know that administrative assessments and administrative referrals don't need to go in the table. Now, a note about administrative assessments. Most of our administrative assessments that I've come across are assessed by case management. So folks, that means we're going to be looking at how the agency did that in item 3. So it's not an item 1 consideration, it's an item 3 consideration. So please don't hear the message that we don't assess our administrative assessments. We do. It's just where does that show up? Administrative assessments don't go in the CPS table. All right. So we put our table, and then in A, we start counting. And there we count by reports. A, in how many of the reports listed in the table, not necessarily the North Dakota assessments, because we can have multiple reports combined into an assessment. Question A is talking about reports, as well as B and C.
So that would be in those situations where you talked about 3 reports being combined into one assessment, they would count 3, correct? Okay.
Okay. That sometimes can trip teams up.
Yep.
Those are my notes that I had about item 1. Anyone else have any?
I had a note under mine that said all reports received during the period under review, including institutional CPS reports. So sometimes we do not know, it may or may not be in frame that there was an institutional CPS report concerning one of the children. So, but if you are aware of that information or it's learned through the case prep documents or interviews, that would also be included.
That gets us through safety outcome 1. Wow, we're cruising along. All right, safety outcome 2. Item 2. Oh my goodness, we struggle with this item.
I'm glad you talked about it.
Yeah, my turn to talk about it. And I have lots of notes on it.
Yep.
All right. One of my notes that I have up top as we're going into it, and we have some additional resources in our binder that help distinguish between item 2 and item 3. And item 2, when we look at our item, it's the services to family to protect children in the home and prevent removal or reentry into foster care. And our purpose is to determine whether during the period under review, the agency made concerted efforts to provide services to the family to prevent the child's removal in foster care or reentry. So we're asking, did the agency facilitate the family's access to services?
Well, facilitate and also assist them in accessing.
Right.
Both, right?
Right. And we're looking at, on page 13 of your documents, is appropriate services. Now this can also really trip up all of us. But we're looking at safety services here. We're not necessarily looking at general casework practice or general CPS work. It's important work. And so I don't want to use just in that sense. It's all important work. And our work can be deemed services in many ways. But general CPS work and general casework practice doesn't necessarily rise to the definition of an appropriate safety service. And so when it is applicable, when we find that this item is applicable, we can think this service will do A, B, or C to mitigate the safety concerns. When applicable, you want to think that this service, so X service, will do A, B, or C to mitigate safety concerns. We're talking about safety concerns in the home, the family home of origin. So for youth in foster care, it's not the target child that's in a foster home, it's if there are other children remaining in that family home. We're looking at services in that family home. That also can sometimes be distinguished. Foster care is not considered safety service. We assess that later. We also know safety planning is not assessed in this item. That's in item 3. We can ask questions like, did it prevent removal? If they're participating in this service, it's intended to be immediate, get in there intensive, that rises to the level of a safety service. Other services that the family needs, we're going to talk about in item 12. Item 2 really is intended to look at those safety, immediate, does it prevent removal services? And they could be concrete services. So if the agency helped connect them to the food pantry or to a parent aid service to help clean up the house, if there was intensive in-home case management so that that caseworker was in the home 2 or 3 times a week, maybe intensive in-home therapy, it's that intensive immediate that we're looking at that brings it to the level of a safety service.
It could also be an informal service, such as the grandmother will be there from 2 to 5.
Correct. Yep. They facilitated that access. Now, if they made efforts and the family didn't respond, you know, again, we're looking at, for this item to be applicable, reviewers will need to articulate what was the safety concern in the home. Okay, looking at a rationale statement or asking that as an interview question. What was the safety concern in the home that the agency or reviewers identified? Maybe it was something that the agencies identified and the reviewers identified that the agency didn't. Watch the applicability questions as you go through that particular item, and then again note that if it's just a safety plan that was needed, then the item could still be not applicable. All right. I'm going to cover item 3 a little bit, and then we'll go back. Yes.
There is a question here in the chat box. I don't know if you want to attend to it now before you move on.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. My note for 2A, if safety services were, oops, it's kind of cut off.
Oh, really cut off.
How about read it out loud for us, please?
Okay, I'll try my best. Let's see. My note for 2A, if safety services were not secured, this is a no, right? It says, and then parentheses, parent aid, intensive in-home, moving family to safe housing, support is applicable. If there were safety concerns during the period under review, that the service is addressed. Must be safety concern, not a risk, something that might happen. Is this accurate?
Yes. Yes, it is. So if safety services were not secured, so if they were needed but not secured, it is a no. Now, also, sometimes this comes up in our emergency removals with law enforcement. A child entered foster care during the period under review. And so the question is, did the agency secure or provide access for question A? And simply there was an emergency situation, there was an imminent threat, law enforcement removed, the parents weren't engaged or weren't willing to engage in services. The answer to 2A would be no. But that doesn't mean, I mean, the story doesn't end there, folks. We go to B. Was this necessary to protect the child? Yes. And that's going to elicit our strength ratings. So just because you answer a no to 2A does not mean that it's automatically an area needing improvement. We've got to really kind of complete the thought. And then definitely if we're talking risk, then those are services we address in either 3 and 12. Item 2 really looks at just, we have to identify that safety concern in the home.
So we really need to identify exactly what that safety threat is and describe that. Correct. Because we cannot just say the parents have been actively using methamphetamine. We need to indicate that they were actively using methamphetamine while providing care and supervision to their children. Correct. Because otherwise, it's not a safety threat.
Correct. Good distinction. Thank you.
Nice job on 2.
Oh, great.
It's a hard one. We're getting it though. We're getting it.
We're getting it. Item 3. This is our biggie when it comes to risk and safety assessment management. And item or question A really is looking at that initial assessment.
Can I back up? And the note that I have, maybe you don't have it there.
Yes.
Under the purpose of assessment, I've made a note for myself as a reminder that they can be either formal or informal. And we're going to see that throughout the OSRI when they use the term assessment. We can accept, I guess, for the purpose of rating these items, both formal and informal.
Correct. Formal and informal. And in this item, we're also assessing safety and risk wherever the child is at if it's a foster care case. So there are lots of questions in this item, and we're really looking at how that agency is assessing the safety and risk in a variety of settings. And because it can be in a variety of settings, then as we answer some of the questions within this item, it's addressing different settings.
Mm-hmm.
So questions A and B, what I mean by that, A and B is basically the questions, were initial assessments completed and were they thorough, accurate, comprehensive? B talks about our ongoing assessments, considering the full period under review. So did they and how did they? And if they assessed, but they weren't accurate or comprehensive, then it becomes a no, and we explain that no piece in the box. Our no's just talk about the no's, what didn't happen. All right? But when we get over to C and D,
those are only questions about safety and risk planning in the family's home, children remaining in the home. So we're not talking about the child's foster care, if there was a safety plan in their foster home to help manage safety issues or those types of things. That comes up in a different item.
Or a different question.
Or different question within this item. Thank you. So C and D relates to those safety and risk concerns in that family home. That trips up a lot of teams. Questions E and F talk about visitation for that, if they only apply to foster care cases. And they talk about any safety concerns during visitation between the child and their family. And if there were any safety concerns in their foster care placement setting. So that's how the different settings in a potential life of a case show up. C and D, really safety concerns in that family home. Diana, what other notes do you have on this one?
I have a special note under question E at the top of page 18, where I have put, consider the safety of others due to youth behavior in item 8 rather than here. Excuse me.
Could you repeat that, Diana?
Absolutely. I put a note under E, and it applies to E1 and E, that we're to consider the safety of others due to the youth's behavior in item 8. In item 3, the youth's impact of his behavior, his or her behavior on themselves is addressed here, but the impact of their behavior on others we get to in the permanent C2, item 8.
That was it for me.
Any other notes or observations, pearls of wisdom out there about items 2 and 3? Sorry if this is causing, there we go. Okay. Yeah, wrestling paper here. All right, folks, we're gonna move on. Item 4. This is one of the ones that has a table. Complete our tables first. And this is an area I like to shout out a good thing about Frame, and really being able to identify our placement settings in Frame. So that is a good resource to come up with this information. And we're listing all placement settings, foster care placement settings during the period under review. Page 22 has what we consider a foster care setting, our definitions. Now, under institution, the bullet, I have that includes the Northwest Assessment Center, Youth Works, Shelter Care. I think we talked earlier in the week about Sunrise Youth Bureau.
That's under institution, you say?
That's under institution.
Included Northwest,
Northwest Assessment Center, Williston.
What's Sunrise Youth Bureau? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. We also have some new supervised independent living program providers we might start seeing show up. It had been the DBGR home program transition to independent. Do we still have that, Kelsey? The DBGR one home for supervised independent living program? I know we have some additional path ones too, so why don't you speak to that, please?
Yeah, the supervised independent living programs is a new as of October 1 based on the Family First legislation. So it's possible that the youth was placed there prior to October 1 in DBGR, but it would have been referred to as a residential child care facility because we piloted that program, even though it was more of an independent oversight program. But they are, the DBGR 18 plus at Northgate is located in Minot. They now are officially a supervised independent living program. And we have 2 additional levels for supervised independent living, which includes PATH as the primary agency licensed for accommodated supervised independent living and supported supervised independent living. So they are all located in our CCWIP system and should be flagged in FRAME as allowable foster care placement options.
The PATH supervised independent living, are they in certain areas of the state only?
They got a license on November 1st, so they are expanding statewide. So they aren't just piloting it in one specific area. They are going statewide. This accommodated and supported levels of care are different, different rates and such because of the involvement of supervision from the PATH workers in conjunction with the agency 18 plus case managers from the county.
Thank you.
Soon to be zoned.
Sorry. Wouldn't those placements not be considered though? Because wouldn't the youth have to be 18 in order to be in all of them? So once they turn 18, that would not be listed.
That's a great question because once they turn age 18, they're not eligible for them until they're 18. So what happens on the instrument when they are 18, we wouldn't even be documenting it.
Good point.
But you will see them. I mean, when you're in there doing those cases, you're going to see these young people after the age of 18. Good job, Nicole.
So those aren't, and that, okay. So
They're allowable by federal government. They're just not going to apply to this instrument.
Okay, because the supervised independent living program opportunities aren't there for the 16 or 17-year-old. They're only there for the 18 plus kiddos?
Right.
Okay, so
DBGR too.
DBGR as well?
All of them are 18 plus.
Oh, well then, we're not going to see too many supervised independent living program settings then. Good clarification. I'd throw you a piece of candy, Nicole, if I could.
That would be yummy.
Yeah. All right. Now there are certain foster care settings that aren't considered. And so those show up on page 23. You know, a trial home visit, anytime they're in their home, that's not considered a foster care placement setting. A runaway episode. So the only ones that go in the table back on 21 are those that are a foster care placement setting. For those kiddos that are discharged, we very much want to have their last placement setting where their body physically is. So we want to list either the adoptive home or the return home. But what this item is assessing is only the foster care placement setting. So the last placement type that's going to be on this chart, on this table, is going to be the foster care setting from which they were discharged. And the reason for change in placement setting, your option, because you have to have a drop-down option for it, it's going to be NA. This is the current placement. I believe in OMS it might say this is the current or most recent setting. Yeah. On our paper version on page 22, it just says current.
Okay.
What I wish they would say, this is the current, most recent, or last placement setting, and that would make it so much better for a lot of our brains.
Leanne,
Yes.
Even if they were discharged because they were turned 18 or, so we still put NA in that reason for change in placement setting?
Correct. Now, they physically might still be there today, but for the purposes of the OSRI, that last setting where they were at on the day before their 18th birthday is, you know, it's NA, the last or current or most recent placement. And the other thing is, the table, we list them all, and then we proceed to count. So the count shows up in question A. We do our table, and we list them all, and then we count them. And that's where if we see multiple episodes, my go-to example, 2 episodes in there, their last episode with the Jones family, when they came back and returned to foster care, they went back to the Jones family. That's 1 placement setting because they went to the same family. If they left the Jones family and came back and went to the Smith family, that counts 2. So it's not just a matter of listing how many lines you have in the table. You have to do that analysis of what counts when you do your count.
Say, Leanna, I have a question on that one just because I'm thinking of a prior case I had where they had several different foster homes, but you know, let's say their first foster home ended up being the same foster home as, let's say, their 6th foster home. So they had foster home 1 being the Smiths, and then, you know, 2 through 5 were someone else, and then foster home 6 ended up being the original one they were in. Would you still count that as just 1 placement since they eventually returned there?
I need a genogram map this back out again. And it's worthy. Could you repeat it? I should have started from the beginning. I'm sorry.
Okay, so like we'll say foster home 1 was the Smiths, and then they had, you know, 2, 3, 4, and 5 were all different families, different foster homes, but then they're placed in the 6th foster home, but that happened to be the very first one they were in. Do you count that twice since there was how many placements in between, or do you just still count that home as 1 placement and not 2? Does that make sense?
I'm following you now, and I'm double checking my memory before I answer. If it's the same family, so the Smith, in your example, if I were to count and respond to question A, I would count the Smith family 2, 3, and 4. I would count 4 placement settings.
5.
I would count 4 because the 5th one was back with the Smith family.
Oh, I thought it was the best one.
So that we can still count that as long as it was the same placement, no matter the, as long as it was the same placement, no matter the time lapse, it's still 1.
That's how I see it.
That's how I have my previous one out.
Yes, yes. So I may have miscounted when I wrote down I had counted 5, and the 5th one was back with the Smith family.
So I think this is a really good example of how the federal instrument and the federal reporting for AFCARs differ. So for a case manager who might get pulled in to do a review, or for our QA team, to just be really cognizant of that as you're reviewing the instrument and understanding the definitions that need to apply, because that wouldn't be the case if we were talking about an AFCARs report.
Good stuff. Anything else on that one? All right. So it's just the stability. The other The other struggle through this item is if the placement changes during the period under review were planned by the agency in an effort to achieve the case goals or meet the needs of the child. In training, we struggle through the example of David Clement, where the actual placement goal did meet his needs because the family couldn't meet those needs, but yet it wasn't planned, and we had to look at what the agency could or did or didn't do to support that placement to prevent the removal. We're looking at that assessment of, is this the right family from the beginning for this child? You know, did we share all the information of what's involved with licensing and some of those things? That's where that critical analysis happens in order to answer this question. Okay, item 5, very top of my note, or on my page, on page 26, if you're following on the paper guide, I have may require reviewers to look back prior to the period under review to respond to the timeliness question. And I want to thank Julie and Sherilyn for helping me struggle through this particular item, because we really did struggle through on this item on a particular case. And so, ladies, I'm going to ask you to trigger your memory, and if I'm not saying this right, please jump in. But what I mean by that, and what we put in the permanency goal table, is what we first have to do when working in this item is understand all the permanency goals that were in effect during the period under review. That's the first prong that we have to do, because those are the permanency goals in effect during the period under review. Then we're assessing, were they established timely? So the second prong is, that's where the look back might have to happen. We have to look back to when that permanency goal was established. And if that happened prior to the period under review, so be it. We still have to make a determination if it was established timely, right? And then when it was established, was it appropriate, and did it remain appropriate during the period under review? And those are the questions that we're asking when completing this item. So what were the permanency goals in effect during the period under review, and only during the period under review? When were they established? Even if it was prior to the period under review, was it timely? And then for the goals that were in effect during the period under review, were they and did they remain appropriate based on the circumstances of the case? Okay.
I had a note too by the table that the date the agency first established that this was the goal will not likely, it may or may not be the same date that's indicated in the frame in the, is it the placement table in frame? Is that what it's called? Permanency goal table, placement table, permanency goal table. And we've run into this consistently. It may also not be the same date as indicated on those case prep documents that you get. What we have generally found as the date is going to be a team meeting, in the team meeting notes. That's where we've generally found a more accurate date. Just an FYI. Thank you.
That's on my
However,
page.
if during the interviews, the case manager told you that they were working on reunification from the day that they removed the child, couldn't that then be the date?
Yes. I would say yes, qualified by you're hearing that from more than just the case manager. You're hearing it from pretty generally across your interviews.
Good clarification. Because this date that, it's the date that the agency began working towards that permanency goal. And it doesn't have to be done. Our policy is that we generally establish our permanency goals during our team meetings, but it's not done exclusively that way. And so what the FAQs are pretty clear about was even in states where their courts will sanction, approve, order permanency goal, that's not the date that is really being looked at there. They're looking at the date that agency began working on that and saying that was their goal. Those are my primary notes for item 5. We have had some discussion along the way that why does item 5 have the ASFA related questions about TPR? And they are rating questions because depending on how you rate those, it might impact the rating. And in my experience and review of the FAQs and our discussions, those ASFA related questions are in there to really help provide the context of whether we have the appropriate permanency goal or not. So in some ways, they're context to be able to help address that appropriateness piece of this item. All right, item 6. We'll come back after lunch to item 6. Let's do that. I see it's about 12 o'clock. We've been working hard and sitting a lot. So I'm good with an hour for lunch. Does that work for everyone? Yeah. And so thank you. Come back at 1 o'clock and we will pick up. If you have questions, send them on through. And we'll meet more after lunch. Thanks, everybody. Have a good break. We are recording this for our other returning folks that need to have a refresher later on, and if they needed to miss the afternoon, that they can come back and watch just a portion of it. So who do we still have on the line? Let's start in Minot.
Brianna.
Brianna's on. Welcome back. And Kyle might be logging back on again. So let's hop over to Grand Forks. We have lots of fun folks in Grand Forks.
Sherilyn's here.
Okay.
I'm here, Liam.
Rachel?
Yep.
Nicole's here.
Cool.
I'm Buxton, but Amy Leslie's here.
Okay. I see Siri.
Was Siri
welcome?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. She joined in. All right, Tanya, hopping over to Dickinson.
I am here.
All right, welcome back. What
Thank
about
you.
Becky?
Becky's here.
Becky's here, yay. Oh, look, I just found a fun feature. I can click through to see who's connected.
So we can keep Kyle's on.
Yeah, there's Kyle.
And Pat's on.
Yeah. All right, folks. Time to dig in. So thank you for coming back. I appreciate that. Let me do a quick check in with the group. Is this working for people? Are you finding this helpful?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. I see some heads going, so, and pause. All right, very good. Let's motor on then. Item 6. This is our achieving permanency for our foster care cases. The dates, many of the dates populate from the case face sheet. The goals populate from item 5. If we're on the paper instrument of 32 and 33. Then we have a lot of the OPLA related questions.
Can we back up a little?
Yes, yes.
One of the highlights I have is this is a reminder that this is really looking at both the agency and court's efforts, not just the agency efforts.
And so kind of what's not self-populated in item 6, the first one you're really going to have to respond to is question B. And that is the question that Diana just mentioned. Did the agency and court make concerted efforts? A shout out to our reviewer brief, that reviewer brief for understanding federal expectations. What are some of the concerted efforts that we may or may not see as it relates to courts? Sometimes we've seen courts hold review hearings at a more frequent level to really stress the moving forward with the plan. Sometimes we see courts ordering specific services and really doing a lot of follow-up with the agency. The guardian ad litem, if they're active, you know, some of those court efforts is what we're looking for there. So if the court orders, sometimes when we're not seeing concerted efforts out of the court, what we're seeing is, you know, the once-a-year permanency hearing, that's kind of it. And not a real sense of urgency from the bench or from the court as to moving the case along. So in order for this question B to be yes, you have to see that both the agency and the court were making those concerted efforts throughout the period under review. Now, it's also not necessarily easier, but it's more concrete when you're dealing with a foster care case that has closed. You know, because permanency at some level has been achieved. For cases that are still open, it does call on a sense of anticipating when they anticipate the permanency goal to be achieved. And so one of my notes is really making sure either through the record or through interview questions for those open foster care cases to have a good conversation of when the agency or court is anticipating the permanency to happen. Are they talking, okay, we've got a plan in the next 3 months that this kiddo is going to go back home, or the adoption is going to be finalized. And so you have to do some anticipation, and largely that's through interview questions. So this is one of the items, especially that those interview questions can really bolster and support.
Can you point to where that reviewer brief is? Because I'm on the resources and I don't.
Yes. There was a request to find where we find that particular reviewer brief. So let me start sharing. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to, where do I do that?
Where was it? I found it.
You found it?
Nope.
Because I'm not finding how I share my screen anymore.
Oh, now you have it.
Yeah. So where it is, it's back on the portal under resources, third round resources, and you scroll down and it's the reviewer brief for understanding federal expectations. So there you go. Any other notes, pearls of wisdom for item 6?
With the 6B instructions, the second bullet down outlines the guidance. We talked about this during training the last couple of days, so this will be a repeat for you folks. But the guidelines for accomplishment for each of 3 permanency goals. But just a reminder, you might want to put a note in there that those are guidelines and that the individual case circumstances really are needing to be considered here. An example that I know we run into is, and it might have been even a mock case we did at one point, where the permanency goal of reunification occurred in 10 months or a year, maybe it was 12 months. But based on the case circumstances and what was going on in the case, it was very clear that reunification could have occurred much sooner. And for reasons, the reasons for delays were not in the best interest of the child. I'm not saying this right, but in any event, the child could have been returned home sooner. So even though reunification has the guideline for 12 months, that doesn't mean that you automatically assume if they reunify in 12 months that everything's good to go.
Correct. And it may be that reunification occurred in 13 months or 14 months and it was beyond the 12 months, yet you saw consistent continual efforts. There were services that needed to be completed, and it truly was the soonest that could happen, and it was appropriate to the case. So 13 or 14 months could be still rated as a strain. Now that window of opportunity, that wiggle room, is very difficult to say that reunification was timely if we're looking at 16, 18, 20 months. I can promise you we're going to have secondary oversight that will prompt us to really reevaluate that, because for that child, 18 months still is generally not timely. So there's a little bit of wiggle room both ways, but we really are looking at the circumstances of the case. Thank you, Diana. Item 7. And this is a yellow flag one for me. A couple things on this one, and my first yellow flag is ensuring that when siblings can't be placed together, that the reason why they're not placed together, say a justifiable reason, that exists during the entire period under review. We're not looking just when that initial placement was made and it was ongoing. So that if at the beginning the children had therapeutic needs, they needed to be in different locations, then the therapy and the services address those issues, and for all other practical purposes, they could be placed back together again. That's the point that we would want to be looking for those kiddos to come back together again. Now, the one that has sometimes given us trouble as well, if you look under 7A definitions, who are the children that are siblings? We talk about if they have a sibling who is also in foster care. Sometimes we have struggled through when that sibling in foster care came into care after the target child. See what I'm saying? May have been a 7 or 8 year old target child that we're dealing with, and then there was a new baby that came into the family constellation, but they never lived with that child, because you'll see siblings under that definition are children who have one or more parents in common, either biologically or through adoption or through marriage of their parents, and with whom the child lived before his or her foster care placement, or with whom the child would be expected to live if the child were not in foster care. So looking close at our definitions, and sometimes, you know, that last part we have to analyze. If they weren't in foster care, would they be living with that sibling? You know, so that's really just something to call your attention to.
Well, that's come up.
And it has come up. And I anticipate it will again. So, we struggle through it. That's reviewers use your QA leads use us, we use the Children's Bureau, because some situations we have to just really talk through to fully understand.
I had a note that kind of plays off of that also with relation to question B within item 7. Was there about, when you talked about that, did that valid reason exist the entire period under review? And then I had a note that said, look beyond therapeutic reasons and what concerted efforts took place to support the siblings, and considering the circumstances that made the separation necessary, as well as considering if the goal is to reunify the siblings at some point. And that would play into how we respond to that question.
That was a lot. That was a mouthful. So if one particular sibling does not have a reunification goal and has an adoption goal for whatever reason, and the other children do have the reunification goal, then it is justifiable that they would not be?
It wouldn't be that black and white in my brain. I think we have to look at what are the anticipated expectations or beliefs about what would happen with the sibling one who has the adoption goal. Mm-hmm. Would it be expected or believed that they would continue to have a relationship in some form or fashion? And if so, then we have to carefully consider that in my brain. Yes.
Right, those were some of the highlights that I had for that item. Anything else outstanding? Item 8. There are a lot of FAQs on this one, folks. This is a harder one. This is a complex one. This is the first item where we begin to identify who our permanency parents are. Note the definition of who mother and father are, and underscore typically. Okay, they're typically defined as the parents or caregivers from whom the child was removed and with whom the agency is working towards reunification. And so sometimes we will have a foster care case, the target child, the permanency goal is adoption. And at the onset of the period under review, the termination of parental rights process was underway. The goal was no longer to reunify, but parental rights happened, 8 weeks, 2 months later. Those parents are still going to be a part of this case as we assess things, especially in 12B, but they're no longer the parent with whom the agency is seeking to reunify. So those biological parents would not be assessed for items 8 and 11. There are also a few situations where if a child was living with grandparents and removed, if the agency is no longer working to return those children to the grandparents, then we may not have any parents that we will be assessing in this item. So before you dive too far into this, because we're soon going to have to look at the frequency and the quality, let's make sure we're answering those questions for only the right applicable parents. Let's struggle through those issues where we need to, but let's not go there if we don't have to. The crosswalk item, this is also as we're looking at visiting, if there were safety issues because of the youth's behavior, we're going to address that as under quality. Some of those quality questions.
Can I go back a Tish?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't want to cut your flow off though.
No, that's all right.
Okay. Back on page 40. Just a reminder for anybody, even, you know, QA, you might see this, but if you're a reviewer also. If you answer that a certain parent is not going to be applicable for this item, or if there is no siblings applicable, please fill in, make sure that narrative box, that optional narrative box is completed as to why they would not be applicable.
And we didn't talk quite as much about that this last week in training. We are asking that statement that it's not applicable to the mother because the child wasn't removed from the mother and the agency is not seeking to return. It is helpful to have that both in the optional comment box and your rationale statement. 8 and 11, 12B, 13 and 15. So 8, 11, 12B, 13 and 15. We'll generally have a comment in the optional box and your rationale statement when it's not applicable to a particular individual.
Can you say those numbers again, Leanne, please?
Did I say that clearly?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. On the questions on frequency, keep in mind that we're coming up with a typical pattern. So you're going to look what was the pattern over the course of the period under review and then describe the typical frequency, kind of average it all out. And that's how we get to that typical frequency rate. E1 on page 43. This is maybe a little bit more specifically about some of that youth's behavior where that shows up. So under E1 instructions, you'll note it's not applicable if the child has no siblings in foster care or if contact with all siblings who are in foster care was not considered to be the best interest of the child for the entire period under review. For example, if a sibling is a physical threat to the other sibling or has a physical or sexual abuse of other sibling and this concern remained throughout the period under review. Those are my tickler notes on 8. Okay. All right. Item 9, preserving connections.
I have a question on this.
Right. I'm going to speak a little closer to your microphone.
For some reason, I have it documented face-to-face visits. Is it possible that at times these visits could be web or using some sort of technology? Or does this always have to be face-to-face?
Here, I'm just double checking my notes here to answer that. I think I do have my FAQs. Have them flagged. See, isn't this fun, folks? there are still opportunities we want to look before. During the period under review, were concerted efforts made to ensure that visitation or other forms of contact, if visitation is not possible, between the child and his or her parent. So this one, we're talking between child and parent, child and family. So we're looking for face-to-face, but when that's not possible, are there other forms of contact that would constitute visitation? What else did you find?
Their FAQ is very similar, Jen, to your question. When assessing this item, can visits via Skype or FaceTime be considered face-to-face visitation? For example, the target child and her sibling were placed in different communities about 2 hours apart in the case being reviewed. The agency arranged for monthly in-person visitation and weekly visits through FaceTime. And the response from the Children's Bureau, visitation between parents and siblings should be in person unless such contact is not possible. For example, the parent siblings live far away in a different state. In the scenario described, in-person visitation is possible. So reviewers would assess whether the monthly in-person visitation that occurred was a sufficient frequency to maintain or promote the continuity of relationships between the siblings and between the child and parents.
So it depends on the case.
It
depends
on the case.
But if they're in the same state, it's face-to-face.
If it's possible.
And it almost ties more into the was it sufficient question, not, you know, the frequency. The frequency, you're going to state what it was, and generally face-to-face, unless, you know, those other conditions apply. And then you're going to be answering the sufficiency. Was it sufficient?
Kelsey, and it gives the example in there too about mom or dad being incarcerated and that the facility itself, or maybe it's a treatment facility, doesn't have the opportunity for face-to-face, but that they could Skype or they could call or they could write letters and have all that, which I think is important. And I think the discrepancy, again, this is another example of, and it might get to it later in the item that talks about case management and their visitation, but our federal requirements for foster care permanency planning require the monthly face-to-face, at least one. And I think that the instrument holds true to face-to-face being a priority, but if it doesn't articulate it as great in detail, it would be another area of federal instrument versus federal regulation, not mirroring 100%. So it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Item 9. Most foster care cases are going to be applicable for this. We did struggle through a few situations, a lot of questions about the young toddlers, infants that come into care. The FAQs and the instructions are pretty evident that safe haven babies would not be included if we don't know who the relatives are. But infants, there is a presumed relationship with their extended family. So even the little ones coming in care, there is that presumed relationship. Now, there were a few cases Sherilyn's team and I worked on, and we really, this is one of those ones I wanted to go to battle, not battle, I wanted to go to advocacy school as far as applicability. So even the young ones, we may have some discussions on, but generally this item is going to apply to all of our foster care kiddos, not just the older ones.
I would just piggyback and indicate that now with the definition of abandoned babies or safe haven being different in our law as of August 1, and now parents have the ability to abandon their baby at birth and leave the hospital, we know who these parents are. It is our job to continue family connections. And so we cannot eliminate all safe haven cases, but rather just those safe haven cases where we don't know who they are.
Fair and accurate point. Very good clarification. Sherilyn, did I hear you?
You did, but I answered my own question in the meantime.
Okay,
Thanks.
You bet.
another thing that I think trips us up on this, I have a note on here, is to remember that this is preserving connections. You talk about it a lot in training, Leanne. This is not new connections for the child. These are connections that were in place for the child prior to their placement in foster care. So those existing connections that we're looking at preserving and strengthening.
Absolutely. Okay. The ICWA questions really seem to have not caused too many tripping points. The question, the first one is if a sufficient inquiry was made, we want to consider that for all cases. And I think that has gone pretty well. I don't recall too many struggles through those ICWA related questions.
Leanne, can I go back to item 9, what we were talking about, preserving connections?
Yes.
So if a child is removed, like right at the hospital, there wasn't really a chance for any connections made. This is a brand new newborn baby. I think, is this the case you were referencing?
Yeah, that was one of them. I mean, the details of that one are sketchy enough, but my recollection is that there were no safe relatives that were identified for that little one. It wasn't a safe haven baby.
No, the mother is known. She had right, and she came up to the state. Another state flagged her up here. And so the child was removed from her and went right into foster care right from the hospital. So there really was no prior connections to extended family, to a neighborhood, community, faith. I mean, there was no prior connections to maintain. There was no existing connections.
Right, and there are FAQs out there that even those little ones have a presumed connection. But there was something in that, or another case, Sherilyn, that we worked with where those connections weren't safe. They had previously been ruled out because of other siblings that had been in care or other concerns. So there was no, that's what's ringing a bell of why we were trying to indicate that in that one case, it was not applicable, because there are FAQs that there is still a presumed relationship with the extended family. Not so much school or community or faith community. They may not have had that, but what would make the item applicable would be the extended family.
Yeah, and this one, the extended family had, I think we're talking about the same one, the extended family had been ruled out.
Right.
And that was the case for which, had we had the opportunity through secondary with our federal folks, we would have stood our ground, right? Okay.
So the takeaway for today is that don't automatically assume that a newborn placed in foster care right away would not have any connections to be preserved. Going on to item 10, relative connections. This is one that for the most part I think has gone pretty smoothly. Sometimes in training we get caught up on the definition of when it's not applicable, knowing ahead of time that they will continue to require a specialized treatment. But for the most part, we've been able to work through this one pretty smoothly. We're looking at those relative efforts to place. Now, for the group, because this last legislative session For the purposes of foster care in North Dakota, we now have an expanded definition of who an identified relative is for the purposes of who needs to be or doesn't need to be licensed to provide relative care. It's an expanded definition. And so our vernacular still refers to them as an identified relative. We did receive unquestionable guidance that for the purposes of the OSRI, when we're looking at relatives for this item, we're sticking to the blood marriage adoption. So a child could be placed with who we would call an identitive relative because they're a fictive kin type of individual relationship to that child, but it would not meet the federal definition for the purposes of this item because they don't have that blood marriage adoption relationship. It does not mean it's an automatic area needing improvement, but that fictive kin would not be considered a relative placement.
So Dan, this is Kelsey. One of the questions I would have for our federal partners is if they would apply that equally to our Native American families. Primarily, that's why North Dakota expanded the definition of identified relative, because Jen might be known as the auntie to the kids, but she's not blood related, but she, in the community of our Native American partners, it's very different. So I would be interested in knowing how they would respond to that with our Native American families.
What I heard was throughout the country, and the Children's Bureau was looking at this and this because states, and there I say states and tribes, have different definitions that for the purposes of the OSRI, they are sticking to the blood marriage adoption relationship.
For item 10.
For item 10. And again, that doesn't mean that if they're placed with one of the fictive kin situations that it's an A&I, but it's not considered a relative placement. So that's going to be that distinction we're going to have to pay attention to. We may hear in interviews or see in a case summary that they're at a relative placement because they're with a fictive kin. We just need that bell to ring that for the purposes of the OSRI, that's not a relative placement. That's the struggle, if you will, that I anticipate. The agencies still have that expectation that in their search that they're looking for maternal relatives, paternal relatives, all of the blood, marriage, adoption relatives are included in that. So those searches are likely happening, and they've also expanded it to a fictive kin. It could be the very right placement for the child. But we just need to be mindful of that as we go through item 10. Did you have anything else for 10?
I just had, this might be a duh, but I wrote it down for my own brain. Even if a child entered foster care prior to the PR and the relative search happened at that point in time, it would be expected that ongoing search is occurring until relative placement is secured. That was the note I had in mind.
Are you turning it off? Yes, please.
Yeah, we're a little chilly in this room, so sorry, folks.
Yeah, we're shivering.
I always have to remember each component, the identify, locate, inform, and evaluate. And remember to put that in my rationale statement, each piece.
Yes.
And for both, oh, that was on, and for both maternal and paternal. Wait, whoops. Right. Oh, dang it, I'm not good with this mic.
All right, item 11, relationship and care with parents. The nice thing is whoever we assess for item 8 is who we're assessing in item 11. You don't have to do those mental gymnastics again. But we do need to specify who we are or are not assessing as parents.
What? Oh.
Was there a question?
No, I think
Thank you.
Oh,
and she's talking.
yep, there she is. Okay. The ever continual reminder, these are efforts other than visitation. So the inclusion in school events, therapy events, community faith events, medical appointments, those efforts to strengthen that relationship. If the foster parents are providing some mentoring services, things like that, that's what we're assessing in this item. As we saw in our mock case with David Clement, sometimes those face-to-face visits show up in a couple different places, and that's okay. But here we're focusing really on those efforts other than visitation.
The only other thing I had was just as a reminder to myself, and I put it in the bottom of 51. If a parent is NA, please indicate why. It's easy to forget that. And that also needs to be part of the rationale statement.
Yay! That's the outcome too.
Awesome.
We're rolling along, folks. Item 12. Oh. Yep, exactly. It's probably one of the biggest items. 12A, as we know, is for the child or children. In the foster care case, this only applies to the target child. In in-home cases, it applies to all the children in the home. And so we need to be sure our assessment, rating, and rationale statements speak accordingly to that. In item 12, they include initial and ongoing assessments. Were they comprehensive and accurate? I think that was the point that we struggled most in. We could identify that assessments were happening initially or ongoing at child and family team meetings. So definitely those informal assessments, but that piece of were they accurate, were they comprehensive, tends to be where the details and the QA notes came back to.
The other piece that is a trip on this one is looking at needs other than those that are specific for this portion of the child's life for the purposes of 12A, which is outlined and you should probably underline or highlight in on page 56 in the question 12A1 instructions. I believe it's that last bullet, because other than those that are going to be answered in those later items related to education, physical health, mental behavioral health. Mm-hmm.
This is the one where, for example, a 14-year-old youth will start seeing those independent living assessment needs and services. But the instrument still is speaking to, is there an independent living plan in the file? And that's required for youth age 16 and older. So our state policy and in truth federal law requires those IL plans to get started at 14, but the OSRI hasn't kept up pace with that yet. So there's a little bit of a reprieve if an agency doesn't have an IL plan in the file for a 15-year-old. We would want to note that, but it would not negatively impact the rating like it would if there's a 16-year-old and there's not a copy of the independent living plan in the file. But certainly, oh, go ahead.
Well, with the independent living plan, I'm wondering, like, should it be a documented independent living plan, or like when you look at the monthly services and frame that caseworkers are doing every month with kids, does that count as an independent living plan, or is it separate? I'm guessing separate. Okay.
Yeah, it is separate. And the policy does highlight there is a plan. Our PATH-IL coordinators really do a nice job with those plans. Getting it back to the custodial agency's file sometimes is the challenge. And I think that's what we saw the last go around when this was a concern. It wasn't so much that the IL plan wasn't done, it just didn't get to the custodial agency's file, and that is the expectation. Great question. This is also the one that if adoption is the goal, you may see some QA notes. What is the agency doing to help support their needs for adoption preparation? Some of the services our ASK partners provide can be noted in this item when that adoption goal is applicable to the case. For in-home cases, it might be what's needed for parent-child relationships, strengthening that, social connections. This is one also that really does look at that deeper dive. It really does go back to that was a comprehensive and assessment piece of things. Certainly there are children where the needs are assessed and there are no specified needs relative towards this kind of category of 12B. There's nothing outstanding. So when we see that, yes, the assessment happened, no, there were no needs or services, that's not automatically going to trigger something coming back. But if we start seeing a trend throughout our state that we're assessing, assessments are happening, but we're not identifying any needs, that's probably going to trigger us what's going on. Are we really getting in there and doing those accurate assessments? So are we considering the social needs, some things like that? So just another shout out to that comprehensiveness that we're going to be looking for. (12B). 12B is our first opportunity to really struggle through who our well-being parents are. And hopefully, again, we're going to try and identify this back when we're doing our participant table. But definitely before you get too far into B, make sure we're assessing and identify the right folks. Note the difference in definitions between in-home and foster care cases. This is the one item for foster care cases. If there were not concerted efforts to identify, locate, assess an absent parent, it's going to show up in this item and it's going to result in an area needing improvement. But then that parent is no longer assessed in 13 and 15. If the reason for the ANI is because of a lack of concerted efforts, when we get to 13 and 15, you're going to see that, and we'll come back to that. Similar, we went through our outline of the 4 bullets to make sure we cover in this item. I'm not going to repeat that this afternoon. So mostly the biggest struggle with 12B has been the rationale statement. 12C. This one is one of my red flags. And the red flag talks about making sure that we're assessing all family providers during the period under review, not just the most recent or current.
And for this baseline period, that's going to be important because we're covering such a long period of time. Generally, it's period under review is a year, but we're looking at up to 18 months. So I'm going to think it's pretty likely we're going to have more than one set of folks to assess here.
For foster parents? Yeah.
For foster parents under 12C.
Unless you have really stable placement.
Right.
But you have to go through the foster parents' needs
for each foster parent that they were with during the period under review.
Yeah, correct. And therein, if it happened for 2, but not 1, then it's a no. And in your no box, you'll say this didn't occur for whichever set it happened. And then in your rationale statement, you'll start out with what didn't happen. Then you can definitely bring in what did happen.
Ian, can you say again what your red flag note was?
My red flag was that we were only looking at the most recent or current family placement. We were overlooking to be sure we were considering all family placements.
But just during the PUR, right?
Right, during the PUR.
Okay, thanks.
Non-licensed relative providers also are foster parents for the purposes of 12C. So we don't want to get hung up on if they were just licensed foster parents. And I did overlook one other little note on 12A. If we go back to 12A and the needs, we mentioned this real briefly this morning, but it's in my book, to ensure that in home cases or in cases where there's an alternate caregiver, say the family agreed for grandma to have the kids stay there for a while mom went to addiction counseling agency, didn't get custody. There is a level expectation that the agency will assess that alternate caregiver's needs as it relates to their ability to provide for the children. And that falls in this instrument under 12A. Okay. And we'll want to speak to that.
So in regards to the child's need for supervision or
right, or if they need
specialized care,
specialized care or referrals to daycare or maybe some food pantry or diapers or what does the alternative caregiver need to help them be able to provide care? Is it a safe environment there? Things like that. All right, moving on.
And then for the overall rating, we move on to 13.
Oh, yes,
so for the overall rating for 12, I've noticed in OMS, it's really tricky. Sometimes you miss. We've noticed that teams forget to answer the overall rationale statement for 12 because they've done all the rationales for A, B, and C. So then when they get the overall rating for 12, it's populated for them, and so they just breeze by it and go to 13. So just to remember to look for that, the overall rating of 12, but that it can be very brief, a brief summary of the sub items. It doesn't need to reiterate all the details that are going to be found within A, B, and C.
when you say it's populated for them, so it's going to take everything that you put in A, B, and C, or it's not populated
I
for
didn't
them?
say that well. The rating.
Populated, and I went, oh, that sounds great.
Right? No, unfortunately, it's not that great. The only thing that's populated is the rating. But the rationale statements you're going to have to, the teams will have to put in.
But it can be very high level.
Yes.
Thank you. Item 13 are child and family involvement in case planning. Now we're going to look at page 64 under applicable cases. So cases in which all parents being assessed as mother or father meet any of these criteria. Look to the third, the middle one. The reviewer has determined that item 12B is rated an A&I due to the lack of concerted efforts to find applicable parents. So if it's an A&I in 12B, because there was not concerted efforts to find an absent parent, 12B is going to be A&I, and 13 and 15 are going to be not applicable for that particular parent. Otherwise, whoever you assess for 12B, you will assess for 13 and 15. Okay, so generally speaking, whoever you assess for 12B, you will assess for 13 and 15.
with that one noted exception. Again, if a parent is not applicable, please put something in the statement in your rationale statement. This is another one for the most part. I think teams have done a really nice job with this, capturing that involvement in case planning, and just the encouragement of keeping it focused on that particular aspect of our casework practice, that involvement in case planning. How did they do that? Discussions before, during, after team meetings, sending them copies of the notes, or those types of things we're describing, not just that how it happened, or not just that it happened, talk about how it happened. Anything else for you?
I had a couple things. They use the term in B, question B, and I think in C for the father, the term actively involved. In training, we had a PowerPoint slide on that. And what I did is I took that information and just put it in my book so I could remember what actively involved means. So do you want me to just read it off? Okay, so actively involved for parents means they were involved in identifying the strengths and the needs. They helped identify services and providers. They were involved in establishing the case plan goals. They helped to evaluate progress towards the goals. And the care plans were discussed with them, and they were included in that discussion. Did you get them? Do you want me to repeat them?
That's not anywhere else, those are just notes that you.
They're up on the top of 67.
Oh, they're in the book? Okay. Apparently, I like to write them down so I don't forget. The other thing is, another reminder, if you go back a page to page 65, under applicability, that optional box, if there is a parent who's not applicable for assessment, that you please indicate why. And if the child is not applicable, indicate why.
So I didn't make those up, huh? I cheated and just did copies.
Good conversation. All right, item 14, our caseworker visits with child. All cases are applicable. Yay, we don't have to decide if it's applicable or not. Visits are generally defined as face-to-face on these ones, but it's not just the home visits. If they're laying eyes at court hearings, at school visits, at therapy visits, you know, you're going to want to look at that general pattern and that frequency. So it's all of the eye-to-eye contact, face-to-face contact when we're trying to establish the typical pattern for frequency. And then diving into the quality piece. And then in our part of that quality piece is speaking to if the worker saw the child alone. And that's the note that I have on this as it relates to our rationale statement. Please indicate if the worker was seeing the child alone or apart from their caregivers to help assess that safety. Again, describing what contributed towards quality visits. And that's one of the pieces that we're really wanting to be able to get some better information on.
Another note on this one is actually going back to page 68 in the box underneath A1 where it has questions 14A1 and 14A definitions. That first bullet talks about other responsible party. We had a conversation about that in training and then with Richard Longoria during the break in terms of, well, a couple things that come to my brain. First of all, other responsible party, There can be times when a child placed out of state or far away from where the caseworker is located, even within North Dakota, we all know that happens, right? But there's situations where the other responsible party has forged a strong connection. Are we talking about kids here? 14, right? Yeah, a strong connection with the child, and we've seen some really wonderful things happen in terms of the engagement of that other responsible party, not only with the child, but with the actual custodial caseworker. That there's such a nice, smooth process, that the child knows who's coming to visit them, who that person is, that they're reporting back to the caseworker. There's good collaborative partnering going on. We've also seen the opposite. So when it's another responsible party, please look for those types of engagement opportunities that have occurred for that child. And again, with all these well-being items, interviews will be key. So if the child is saying, I never know who's going to come see me, I don't ever really know who that person is, blah, 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 I don't get to see my caseworker, clearly those are going to be red flags when you come to writing item 14. The other thing we talked about is in most of these items, you'll observe the language concerted efforts. And there's, I think it's a reviewer brief that helps outline what concerted efforts mean for the different items. But it's interestingly absent from items 14 and 15. You will not see the term concerted efforts here. Leanne and I have always wondered why. So we had a conversation with Richard Longoria about that. He actually brought it up to us, and then we had a sidebar amongst ourselves about it. And basically Leanne's take on it, which I think is not, of course, brilliant, because she is not brilliant. She is brilliant, and it was brilliant, is that we look at engagement and visitation, caseworker involvement with the child and the parents as a non-negotiable, much like we look at safety, management of safety as non-negotiable. So it's bigger than concerted efforts. The expectation is that you will be visiting with these key people because they are integrally involved and critical to the success of and accomplishment of the outcomes.
Very good, thank you. Carrying on to item 15, our caseworker visits with parents. Again, the same note who we assessed for 12B, 13, we're assessing here. And if we're not, we're making the note, those kinds of things. Yeah, just really diving into that quality piece. Most teams have really done a pretty nice job with this one. So I don't have too many flags on that one.
I don't either. And again, this is a companion item to 12B. And if those visits are strong in their quality, then you're going to see that reflected in there being really strong assessments of individual needs and services that really are specifically addressing the identified needs, and it kind of rolls together.
Yeah. All right, so that takes us through well-being outcome 1. Why don't we take just like a 5-minute stretch? It's afternoon, after lunch, not a real huge one, but let's get up and stretch a little bit, and we'll come in and we'll power through the rest of our items and have a few final conversations. But let's take a 5. All right, there we go. There we go. Are we back?
The afternoon punchiness.
Afternoon. Hopefully the stretch was good. All right. We are motoring on to well-being outcome 2 and item 16. This is an outcome that has one item. It's our educational needs. We have to decide if it's applicable for both foster care and in-home. It may or may not be. But when it is applicable, what my flag is just some help and guidance and tips on the table. Any of our items that have a table in it, we want to complete the table first. And the table, my note is just to provide the high level or summary. Sometimes we would see teams really get in there and complete a lot of narrative for those fields and really do a bit of a rationale statement within the table. And so my note is we just need the high level, the summary, what were the needs, the services, if there were services needed but not provided, and then bring those wonderful details into the rationale statement. Okay. That was my note on item 16.
The only other thing I had was, and holds true for all the well-being items, that the interviews will be very important to fill in the details, particularly those that you're going to have with the child and parents as it relates to these well-being items. I'm sorry, parents and caregivers. Thank you.
So that brings us to well-being outcome 3, which has the 2 items. Item 17 is looking at the physical health, the physical and dental health of the child. And for our foster care cases, that brings in the appropriate medication oversight questions. But my flag on this one is our trigger or our reminder to look for immunizations when a youth is in foster care. We weren't always doing a really good job about looking for those immunizations. Normally we do see those on health tracks as part of the medical records, things along those lines. So we need to really make sure we have a note about immunizations. What item? Item 17. Yep, we're going 17. Was that it for you? On those 2 pages.
Okay, and then I had also, in addition to immunizations, a reminder that dental exams are expected every 6 months rather than annually. Even when Medicaid doesn't pay it. Yeah, I don't know that we've been, I just have a note on it and it was, let me see, I haven't color-coded by whatever training I was at. That was the QA specialist training. So it would have been a federal training.
I questioned it because I think nationally every 6 months that makes sense for insurance purposes, but North Dakota Medicaid covers 1. And that's where we've had in other reviews. I think that came up in one of our reviews that they did everything that they were allowed to do with medical coverage for the dental exam.
Which then highlights the systemic issue and helping the agency understand in that context on it. So, yes.
The other systemic issue we've seen arise here is the age of first dental visit. In North, the expectation is to follow the Academy of Dentistry or whatever it is. Yep, when the first tooth shows up or by the first, when they're a year. If their first tooth hasn't come by the time they're 12 months old. But we've heard lots of feedback and we've seen it in the case reviews that dentists won't see children until X number of months old or years old. So that's been a systemic issue we've noted as well.
Are they able to track that through their primary visits with their pediatrician? If the pediatrician is seeking, are they able to say that they've checked their?
Yeah, we've generally looked at their health track screening, but yes, that would also quote count if they're doing a dental screening with their doctor. The other note I have on that one, Leanne, is that the early intervention services that are required for children under 3, generally this is where you indicate that information is under physical health of the child. But there have been times, depending on circumstances, where it would be more applicable for educational services, depending on the child needs. And less so, but potentially for item 18, mental behavioral health. So just a shout out that this, you might want to make a note, this is generally where you're going to put your early intervention stuff.
Yes, thank you for that.
In addition, I could see how early intervention would also apply to 12, as we talk about attachment and nurturing and social emotional competence. So, I mean, it could be in several places.
That's very true. Thank you.
Very, very true. And yes, the only other thing noted on the dental care, where it might be a concern is if we had a 6-month-old medical neglect concern with bottle, mouth, and those needs weren't getting met. So, you know, again, based on the circumstances of the case. The other note highlights on page 82.
Can I just jump in real quick?
Yep.
Would we also expect that this is where we would see the plan of safe care for a substance exposed newborn? Where would we expect that to be? As we talk about the substance exposed newborns' health needs and their treatment needs.
I would say that that would almost be another planning needs, services that could show up in a couple places. Because yes, it would address their medical needs. It may be item 12, attachment bonding needs. It might be even something that shows up in 12B for that parent and caregivers. So very good point that those plans of safe care might show up in multiple items. We would definitely want to see it. And for that substance exposed newborn, if it's an in-home case, we would like item 17 would likely be applicable because of the monitoring that would be needed for their health on that.
I'm just thinking of those infants in particular who have NAS.
Yes.
Where maybe even the parent may have been taking methadone, and that continued need then to monitor that child and any withdrawal symptoms that they could suffer.
Yes. Good point. Good example. So back to page 82, A4. Just highlight that, flag that oftentimes these come, especially that fifth checkbox is something that for foster care cases, be sure to ask as an interview question. We don't really have a good way in our records to ensure that foster parents get the medical records that they need. So I've found it's best to get that one from an interview question. And again, on the table, the note that too can be high-level summary. The detail can be in the rationale for that. And a note about the appropriate oversight, the B1 question. That's one that, again, it's a checkbox, yes or no, but the details come in your rationale statement. So if it is foster care where oversight was needed, it would be whether it's a strength, you're telling us how the agency provided that oversight. If it's an area needing improvement, tell us what was lacking, what didn't happen. I think when we see it not rated a strength, what we've often seen is that the agency worker has deferred that responsibility to the caregivers and hasn't really done the follow-up with the medical providers, asking about side effects, those kinds of things. And so yes, did it happen or not, but your rationale statement will provide the context. Anything else for 17?
The only other note I had, in addition to what you said related to medication oversight for foster care, was to include information from the table. And you talked about that too, but I have a note in there because I think sometimes reviewers think, well, it's in the table, I don't have to repeat it all in the rationale, but a summary of what you put in the table is important to have in the rationale.
Very true. And a great comment to carry over to 18 because 18 also has a table. Medication oversight. Anything for the physical, dental related medication goes in item 17. If the medication is to help manage a mental health, behavioral health diagnosis, that would be an item 18 medication. So sometimes there's been crossover or confusion about where we track that. The theory about item 18 that I've often had either QA discussions with my teams or it has shown up in QA notes is that piece on question C, page 87, that reads, did the agency provide appropriate services to address the children's mental health, behavioral health needs? Part of that appropriate services, how is the agency knowing or know that we were getting the right services? Not just that they were going to a counseling service, how do we know that that counseling was helping? That it was the right kind of services for them? So that's where interview questions, the file, the exploring, the reviewers really want to take a look. How is the agency determining that we've got the right services in place and that they remained effective during the period under review? Did we modify them? Did we see that they were receiving services at the onset and it really wasn't making a difference, so we ended and got them hooked up with another program? Those kinds of questions that will help really inform that the appropriate services were in place, not just that services were in place.
Another reason why the interview process is going to be critical, because that level, that type of information is likely not going to be found anywhere else but through your interviews with your case participants. All right. Oh, another one that I think shows up here, I'm sorry. Another one, we don't want to be done. Another one that shows up with item 18 is our challenges in finding services to address the needs appropriately. And so I think a lot of times we have systemic challenges related to this item in particular. Not necessarily that we don't have that same challenge with physical health needs, because I think we do at times. But again, being clear that just because that service wasn't available and the worker really tried to get it, isn't automatically going to make it a strength. It may still come out as an area of improvement because the child didn't get what the child needed. But again, it points to a systemic issue, not a, oops, we messed up issue.
All right. So that is the walkthrough of the instrument. Hopefully some of those items, those concepts are sounding familiar to those that weren't in training earlier in the week, and a reinforcement for those that were in training earlier in the week. I do have a few other things to cover yet today, so hang with me, but it is looking promising that we'll be done a little early today. The FAQs. During 2018, when we were doing the reviews, we discouraged folks printing the FAQs because they were always changing. Now that all states have had their third round F8 or CFSR, that FAQ site has really become stagnant. So we will have a paper copy of the FAQs, and folks are encouraged to get very familiar with those FAQs. They do have, I like to say, the force and effect of the OSRI instructions, and they really do help provide some additional guidance on how to apply the instrument. So there's the shout out to the FAQs. They are important. You can still access them online. You can search them. You can search them by item, by topic. Lots of ways that you can do that. Now, in our case sample, well, the other guide that I am going to call your attention to is the OSRI Quality Assurance Guide. Kind of looks like that. And it's in the training packet for those that were in training. Those, like I said, I'll send them to you, or they are online. There are certain times that you may recall that a foster care case, a child only needs to be in foster care for 24 hours, over 24 hours, brings them into the sample. And you can imagine that answering some of these questions for a foster care case where they were in foster care for only 2 weeks, it might be rather difficult. How do we apply that? On the back page of that QA Quality Assurance Guide, if you can see this, but on that guide, there are some special instructions for what we call those short-term foster care cases. So there are little hidden nuggets about applying this instrument in lots of different places. And that's a very important hidden nugget that is very important when it comes up in a case. So I want you to be aware that it's there. And it helps us inform how we rate and respond to certain items.
Isn't there another one that came out about, or you can talk about it?
Yes.
I'll be quiet.
Next up in the line of reviewer briefs is one that starts, it's called talking points. And the talking points is application of the OSRI to cases open both as in-home and foster care during the period under review. Because as you remember me saying this morning, any service that the family receives once they're in the sample is open for assessment. But that difference between target child or foster care has a target child, in-home has all the children. And so this resource helps us apply and understand that if it's a foster care case, how are we considering those other children in the home when we're applying the instrument? And the nutshell is that all children in the home are still assessed in item 3. And item 14, worker visits with children, but most others still apply to the target child. So there's, again, when that situation comes up, know that there's some additional guidance. All right, folks, questions? Anything that we've gone over so far today as it relates to the instrument?
Leanne, what do we do in the case of if you, during the period under review, we have a caseworker that is on the case for probably half the time and maybe does a so-so job, and then she leaves the agency and another caseworker is assigned to that family, and she does an excellent job. Which one do we review?
Yeah.
Both. Review both.
Review both. And in order for a question to be answered yes, it has to apply during the entire period under review. So that's one of those tough situations where you really want to shout out the strong practice that you see, but it wasn't consistent. And so we have to respond to the no and then address the yes in our rationale statement.
can we detail out case was, caseworker changed at this particular time, and that is when the level of practice changed, or that's when the level of concerted efforts changed?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a way to, we have worked with the wording a little bit on that. So again, it's not as much of a, you were the good worker, you were the bad worker kind of thing. We never want to give that message, but that feedback that these needs were met really well during this time period, and the needs were, possibly not met during this time period, things like that. What else?
Leanne and I had a comment after our training yesterday from one of the trainees that kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I think there was a note of seriousness behind it related to high caseloads and the impact that has on case practice. Just as don't forget that we're being buried out here with high caseloads, and that will likely impact ratings, because the quality of work when you're managing 20, 25 cases is not going to be the same as when you're managing 10 to 15. And yet the expectation is still that every child and family gets high quality services that result in really strong outcomes for them. And we have to capture, if that is going to be a reality that comes through, we need to capture that. And again, the intention is, and it's so in the messaging of how we do orientation, to how we behave on site during interviews, how we consult our PRMs after the review, how we write reports and provide feedback through CQI, that this is bigger than any one of us, and this is about our whole system. And while they may have had a case selected, at the end of the day, by and large, it is not about them, the person. It's about how do we work with our kids and families. And I know even with that, it's so hard to not personalize. I know that I've been on that receiving end of it. But, and there are times when we need to take a look at how we practice, frankly, as a professional. But at the end, the bigger picture is what this is all about.
And I'm glad you mentioned the PRMs, because that was the next topic I wanted to just talk about a little bit before we wrap up for the day. We are still planning, as I mentioned at the beginning, we're still planning some type of preliminary results meeting, PRM, with our agencies during this review episode, spanning from January to March. And some of the feedback that we had from our experience in 2008 when we introduced that, we really got some very positive response from the agencies, where they found those preliminary results meetings very, very helpful. They were very grateful for that immediate feedback. All right. And I know at the onset we struggled a little bit about how we are approaching this, and do we have an outline? Do we have some guidance on that? We put some of that together, and but we're constantly learning and tweaking from that as well. We had some conversation this week, and just for the ease of this webinar and video, I'll go ahead and summarize the conversation, but I will give credit. Kyle, one of our reviewers, started this conversation with me this week, and really a lot of the feedback he received also was that the workers are very anxious and eager to first hear what went wrong. So we were trying, in our strength-based approach, to really talk a little bit and encourage, here are the things you did well, and they weren't really able to hear that, and I can see that.
And so some of the PRNs really, doing a high level review of 1 through 18, here are the items that were rated a strength or area needing improvement, but they really want us to get to the meat of the matter, and for them is, where were their challenges? The opportunities, what did we do wrong? And while we don't want to convey that message because it's not about an individual doing wrong, I understand the spirit of what that means. So by highlighting the areas that didn't achieve strength rating or substantial achievement, that we talk about that. It's almost like some people, do you want the good news or the bad news first? And maybe your style is going to be, leave that up to them. So you can adapt that PRM to your style and to their needs, but be mindful that for many people, they want to get started with, what did I do wrong? kind of thing. But we do want to keep those, even in that sharing, the strength-based. We'll encourage the worker, the supervisor, whatever agency supports to be a part of that call/meeting. So that's our PRMs. Now the debriefing, like I said, during our review week, we're still wrapping up what our final review week is going to be, but I do not anticipate a traditional debriefing because in fact our review episode spans all 65 cases. And what I anticipate is after the 65 cases get done, they get finalized, that we put together our final report and potentially even have a statewide webinar of some case to go over those results. And certainly we'll let all of the reviewers know. After the review week in January 13th, Lord willing, and the blizzard don't come, that when we move into our QA unit, primarily doing that, that's the piece where Diana and I are still mapping out those final pieces to get to 65 cases. Right now, it's a very tight schedule. It doesn't have much wiggle room for those common occurrences that will happen, like getting sick or things like that. So, hang tight on that. But that's where we're going, folks. And I'm looking forward to the week in January. And I appreciate you being a part of our webinar. And we're going to stay on the line to see if there's any more questions or any other comments. And I'm going to pass actually over to Diana.
Yeah, she saw me going for the mic. I just had a follow-up comment on that. And when it comes to scheduling post the week of January 13th, it is possible that we will need additional help from those that are not members of the QA unit with CFS to get these cases completed. So I'm just going to let you know that. I don't know if we're going to message that out statewide. We might have to. That those that have been trained, that's why I'm telling this group, I probably should have said this yesterday too, we may be calling upon you to assist us at some point with another case if it's possible for you to do that. So that we can get these 65 cases done on time. I think that's kind of in my head a backup plan. I'm hopeful that we don't need to do that, but just an FYI that it's possible.
And a follow-up to that too, just to maybe complete this circle or the thought on secondary oversight, because one of the challenges that we had was post-review, folks go home, your notes are here, the notes got shredded, and then 2 weeks, a month, 6 weeks later, you get a call back from me or an email from me, hey, what was going on here? What happened in this interview? Can we go in and change the OMS? That's something in this process we really want to get better at. And first and foremost, we're going to have our QA unit definitely from the middle of January through end of March. We're generally going to have one of our QA members be that person And then during the week of reviews, the big week when we get like 26 cases, we're hopeful that we do our teams such that there's a QA unit member or a CFS state office employee paired with our partners, so that when they go back to the office after the review, we're not calling them on to go in and do a lot more work on an instrument. We're going to want to keep you in the loop. We may want to keep emails going so you're aware. We want both reviewers on a case to feel comfortable with the ultimate rating, but we recognize, say, some of our county partners that are going back to other responsibilities, are other temporary employees that we have, that they can do that. That was a piece. We're hopeful that's looking better, and if you do have specific questions about that, certainly get a hold of me later.
One of the questions that I have, and it might have already been answered, if so, I apologize. Do we know where are all those logistics still being finalized? Like, are we all going to be in one room? Are we going to be scattered site when we're together doing this in January?
Those logistics are still being planned. We are looking for that week in January that the review force is in one location, is what we're aiming for. And that we have enough laptops. We're trying to address the phone issue, trying very hard to look at individual reviewer unit space. A lot of the locations that we're looking at was more partitioned, and we've talked about concerns on that, especially if we're relying on speaker and conference calls. So that final space has not yet been secured. We are working on it. Yeah. Great question.
This is Pat. I'm just wondering about the week. So is Friday still like an exit interview? Are you thinking we'll be finishing up the cases on Friday? What does the week look like?
Yeah, that is a little stay tuned, and we'll let you know as soon as that's done. My thought is that Friday morning is going to be spent more with the teams, wrapping up any and all first level QA notes. Second level QA is going to be in there working and trying to review as much as we can, so that those cases can be as complete as possible when people leave. I'm anticipating that it would be by noon by done, because it'll have been a long week. But if we allow some of that in the time, say, instead of just one day on Thursday in case we need to make up extra interviews, and then we're pushed for exit. I don't expect an exit conference like we've traditionally done, I can tell you that. But if we allow time in our schedule to wrap up our instruments and OMS on Friday morning, I'm trying to keep our nighttime hours a whole lot less. And we won't have that traditional debriefing, but that time will be a time for those teams to finish up those instruments. Tomorrow is our goal date, if you will. I'm looking at Diana to really talk through and firm up our review week schedule, because we're going to need that as we look at entering into our scheduling.
Leanne, I know you said.
Oh, go ahead.
I know you just said finalizing that, but just kind of like wondering, like, are we starting right away at 8 o'clock in the morning on Monday, like us driving down on Sunday from like Grand Forks? Yeah. Okay. Just checking.
Yeah. Yeah. Great question, and that is part of what we're finalizing. And I am anticipating that. Well, we're talking about it. Right. And I understand the driving on Sunday if we're starting on Monday, so that's part of our consideration. And you know, if we do that, then I want to factor that into the end of the week as well. So without making any promises, just know that that is being considered, and hopefully by tomorrow afternoon you'll see a nice email where we're sending out our general outline of the week.
Leanne, when we reviewed last time, our rooms were just paid for in advance. Are we gonna have to pay for them ourselves, or will they be blocked off like they did when we were in Fargo?
The division isn't really able to direct bill rooms. There will be the individual reimbursement is our general process for that. So all of those kinds of logistics we will get figured out, and if there are questions or alternate brainstorming we need to do, we'll have those discussions. But as a general process, as far as lodging rooms, the division is not really able to direct bill lodging rooms. Any other questions? Even in our chat box, let's look at our chat box just to be sure. Oh, we didn't. Not everyone got to see, but there was a comment that Medicaid is covering those visits, those dental visits now. So they haven't had problems with their foster youth not being covered, which was really good to know.
Right. They're covering it twice every 6 months.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This was a very good refresher.
Yes, thank you.
Do we get,
Just, there are CEUs available for this training today. And I think we're giving out certificates to help you with your tracking of that. And it is a proof of wraparound certification in case you need that as well.
So it might be next week before you get some of that documentation, but we'll get it out to you.
And just as a reminder for me, there will be a binder there with some of these documents in them with everyone that we talked about.
Yes, but I highly recommend bring your own notes that we go over, because I'm not going to be able to flag and tag and highlight all of the binders.
why?
So
That's not Leanne style.
I know. All right, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Merry Christmas.
To you guys too.